21, 22, and 23, Mr. Vice President of Part 5 goes on to speak about that. Taxation, Mr. Vice President, because you see, when these armed military forces, Mr. Vice President, comes to Antigua, here reads Section 6 about the exemption from income tax. We can't expect, of course, they're coming here to give of their time and service to the country, Mr. Vice President. So, exemption from income tax, Section 6, subsection 1, says a member of visiting force shall be exempt from income tax in Antigua and Barbuda on salary and emoluments paid to him as a member by a designated state. Subsection 2, for the purpose of this section, the expression member of a visiting force does not include an Antiguan and Barbudan citizen resident or ordinarily resident in Antigua and Barbuda. So they must be here for a specified period of time, Mr. Vice President. If they're citizens of Antigua and Barbuda, they do not qualify for this tax exemption. They also would receive tax exemption on their service vehicles and licenses, Mr. Vice President. And Section 27 reads, 1, no tax or fee shall be payable in respect of the licensing or registration of service vehicles of a visiting force, Mr. Vice President. It goes on to speak about import duty. Section 28, subsection 1, subject to any regulations made under this Act or under any enactment, a visiting force may import into Antigua and Barbuda, free of duty and taxes, equipment for the visiting force and quantities of provisions, supplies, and other goods for the exclusive use of the visiting force as the Comptroller of Customs considers reasonable. You know, when you're asking for help from these countries, whether they're coming to provide, let's say, disaster relief and or training, you know, I mean, they're looking at, okay, so what are the terms and conditions? If I'm bringing in an equipment, will I be exempt from taxes, Mr. President? And Mr. President, it goes on to speak about coroner's inquest, Section 31. Should a member of a visited force die while in Antigua and Barbuda, it provides mechanisms for cooperation between local authorities, Mr. Vice President, and visiting countries to ensure that investigations are conducted appropriately while respecting both legal systems. And so, Mr. Vice President, this is a very timely piece of legislation. You know, we rely on foreign military forces to provide trainings, for example, for our police officers and our other uniformed bodies. And you never know. You know, we're a small island developing state, Mr. Vice President, and so we may need assistance from time to time, whether it be humanitarian assistance or disaster response accordingly. And so this is a very timely piece of legislation. I support it in its entirety, and I look forward to its implementation accordingly. With those words, Mr. Vice President, I commend this bill to this Honorable House, if it pleases you.
Mr. Vice President, I second and reserve the right to speak.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I rise to make my contribution to this Visiting Forces Bill of 2026. And Mr. Vice President, from the outset, let me say this, that clearly I support international cooperation. We're part of a global community. In defense, in security, disaster response, humanitarian assistance, military training, Antigua and Barbuda has long benefited from partnership with friendly states, and there is no objection in principle to providing a legal framework governing the presence of visiting forces in Antigua and Barbuda. But, Mr. Vice President, what I'm not clear about, and I see the leader of government business would have probably had an emergency to step out, is whether or not this particular piece of legislation is earmarked for the upcoming CHOGM And if so, is it a sunset legislation or something that will continue into the future because of the geopolitical stance which we face globally? And we may have to have, the way how the world is going, Mr. Vice President, military presence in different parts, right? Now, I want to offer some concerns with the legislation. And my first concern, Mr. Vice President, is Clause 20. Clause 20 deals with immunity from criminal prosecution. This provision, Mr. Vice President, causes the greatest concerns for me, as there is an exceptionally broad immunity in the bill at present. The question that I would ask the government side is, would this immunity apply where an innocent citizen is killed during a military exercise? Will it apply if excessive force is used against a citizen? Will our courts be prevented from exercising jurisdiction over serious offenses simply because they occur while a member of a visiting force claims to be acting officially? Mr. Vice President, immunity should never be so broad that it creates a perception that a foreign military personnel stands above the laws of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Vice President, I therefore recommend that the immunity that is being granted in this legislation exists only where jurisdiction has lawfully been ceded under this act. My further question, Mr. Vice President, is that while we're doing this bill, I want the leader of government business to advise us, when she gets up to wrap up, as to whether or not we have a status of forces agreement. Because that would be a very important agreement for us to have to accompany this piece of legislation, where you know what the arrangements are and who have what responsibility, a status of forces agreement. Because, Mr. Vice President, if we don't have a status of force agreement, then we're going to have some challenges in our view as to who is right and who is wrong when we encounter an incident. While I'm on the question of jurisdiction, Mr. Vice President, I note the leader of government business spoke to the whole question of the jurisdictions of the court. And Clause 5 and Clause 7 divides the jurisdiction between our civil court and foreign service court. But while Clause 5 and Clause 7 of the Act speaks about those two courts, Clause 20 appears to undermine the framework by granting that broad immunity. So it is saying on one hand that you can be brought to the court, but on the other hand, all you have to say is that I was in the course of carrying out my duties, so therefore I have immunity under Clause 20. Mr. Vice President, Clause 10 of the Act allows for certificates to be issued by the military authorities of the designated state to serve as prima facie evidence that an act occurred during official duty. While such certificate may be useful administratively, they should not determine legal rights without scrutiny. Judicial independence, Mr. Vice President, should never be replaced by executive certification. Should never be replaced by executive certification. Yeah. So you have a situation where the military would then use their certificate and go down to the station and take that military personnel out by saying the act was committed in the course of his duty. Therefore, you have no jurisdiction. This now comes under my jurisdiction. And you have that, and they're gone. Mr. Vice President, it is reality, you know. It has happened here in Antigua and Barbuda, where the police arrest a soldier, and the military police go down to the station and say, we're taking charge of the situation. And take the soldier up to, what do you call it, Camp Blizzard? And lock up the soldier up there, and then they have their military trial on the matter. Military law is different to civil law. And all we're saying is what we have here is a mixture of both, because we're having CHOGM, I want to believe. And we know that the forces here are going to get assistance, and we welcome the assistance. The assistance is welcomed. We could never manage an exercise like that alone. Let's get that right. But we have to be careful how we frame legislations in the process, because those legislation could harm our citizens if we don't think it through properly. That's the viewpoint in examining this bill. And I want the government to understand that the criticisms that I am offering is not objecting, Mr. Vice President, to the legislation, but drawing drawing to their attention some areas that may need strengthening in order for us to protect the human rights of our citizens. Because we had the exercise recently, Mr. Vice President, where they, what they call Operation, let me call it Operation Lockdown. Operation Lockdown, because I don't remember. Oh, Stronghold is Stronghold. Opposition Stronghold. Opposition Stronghold. I saw some things, Mr. Vice President. People cursing. No, the police were doing an exercise. And I happened to decide I leaving home early because it's going to be chaotic, how the Stronghold was thing. So I need to get to Newgate Street. I can't go down, what do you call it, Old Palm Road. So I had to turn across by the Nugent Avenue Labour Party headquarters there. Then when I got over there, I had to turn across by Parliament. And I see people cursing the police because they can't go down by the fire station. And we all knew that that situation, that exercise was going to happen. What do you think will happen when Chogam comes, Mr. Vice President? What do you think will happen? I said, you know what I suggested? I suggested, look, maybe the government have to consider on the day that they're having the opening ceremony to just close down the city just for the purpose of citizens staying home who don't have any business in the city. Because the inconvenience that is going to happen in certain parts of the country during Chogam, and our citizens must understand that this is not no simple process during Chogam, you know. It's the highest, I believe this will be, yes, that's what I'm suggesting. What I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, we had, what you call it, recently at the AUA, SIDS. And SIDS is nowhere close to Chogam. No way. This was just a few things. You're talking about the king coming. You're talking about world leaders, different world leaders that have different security systems. Pardon? How I got there? Lord of mercy. Mr. Vice President, with all these visiting forces in town, and all what is going to be happening during Chogam, you can see the nightmare, and there's some persons who may not understand. And Senator O'Neill is correct, we may have to start to do some education, repeating things because people don't understand. The police may have to do another stronghold exercise, so people understand that on this day, this is what is expected in St. John's. Because you have some people who are lawless. They don't care. They want to go down that road, and it's down that road they're going. And that's the road they always walk to go home. I saw one social media personality on a pedal bike. It was so distasteful. Because what? They're filming that they're breaking the law. Because the police stopped him by, what do you call it, distillery, by the roundabout. What do you think he did? He ride through by Academy. And then when he got through by Academy, he turned, there was another set of police in front of Government House. The video is out there. And he turned to go up Factory Road, just to show that I'm going through that barricade. And this is one person. They're challenging the system. Because he couldn't ride on the main road, Mr. Vice President. Police have a barricade there. So he took the shortcut through by Academy up by where Dentist Marshall have his place there. Come out by the volleyball court by the roundabout. Stapleton Lane. And this is just one example of that day that you saw people violating the process. So, while I welcome this piece of legislation, Mr. Vice President, and I support it, we are going to have to educate the citizens as to their responsibilities and what is expected, because you're going to have forces from different parts. You're going to have the British force here. You're going to have regional security teams here. You're going to have different persons that, in Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Vice President, everybody knows the police knows everybody. Okay? This is a situation where the police might know you. It's a foreign officer that is administering the process then. So with the police not knowing you, and you think you can go through, you have a problem. So we have to be very careful, Mr. Vice President. We have to be very, very careful. So I have some other points. And this one I will raise because the question of the bill speaks to under clause 18, the whole question of firearms and explosives. It says the members of the visiting forces may possess firearms, ammunition, and explosives. But I don't think it speaks to the whole question as to, you know, the prior notification to the commissioner. I don't see it in there. Storage, we're going to store them whether at the military site or the police headquarters. Depends on what type of stuff they're using. The accountability aspect of the firearm, how much bullets you walk around with you, how much will you report back in. And the clear procedures governing removal from Antigua and Barbuda, if you're going to take them back out. I didn't see those things in the legislation. You know what these safeguards will do? They will strengthen the public confidence in the military. Mr. Vice President, legislations like these are always recommended to have what I consider to be human rights safeguards, because these are heavy operational legislations. And there is no expressed provision confirming that nothing within authorizes the conduct inconsistent with the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda. And I think that there should be something inside there that says that the Constitution will always be preserved, especially when it comes to the rights and liberty of citizens of Antigua and Barbuda. Nothing should withhold that, and you protect that, because these are very strong, and military people don't think like police. Police deal with civilians. When a military person is told, nobody go there, not even you, Mr. Vice President, can go there, even with the authority and the symbol of the authority of your office. So those are some concerns that I have. Mr. Vice President, legislation granting legal privileges to foreign personnel must be drafted with exceptional care. It must preserve our sovereignty. It must also maintain confidence in our judicial system. It must protect the constitutional rights of our citizens. And more so, Mr. Vice President, it must ensure that no person, whether local or foreign, is perceived to be beyond the reach of justice. And that is why I have a challenge with Clause 20 and the level, the broad immunity that is granted to visiting forces, Mr. Vice President. Of all the things I would have mentioned, that broad immunity is what I have a challenge with, Mr. Vice President. So with those few words, I humbly submit my presentation to this Honorable House on the Visiting Forces Act. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. As would have been mentioned previously, this is a forward-thinking bill, one that governs the presence of foreign military forces in Antigua and Barbuda. And we want to put legislation in place, not only to protect Antigua and Barbuda, but our people. And I noted that the minority leader was speaking about CHOGM, and every day, in fact, on Facebook, they have paid for ads about CHOGM and bringing awareness, and almost every Wednesday on ABS television. I'm sure that they will continue to increase the awareness of the importance of CHOGM. And knowing the responsible government that we are, whatever is needed to be done to ensure that it works will happen, Mr. Vice President. It's a serious undertaking and one that we will not take lightly at all. So we'll ensure that by any means necessary that the hosting of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting will be successful. This is a very timely bill, one that is needed, Madam President, sorry, and I would have mentioned when I spoke in the beginning the very importance of this piece of legislation. So with that, Madam President, I commend this bill to this Honorable House and fully support it if it pleases you.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk.
An act respecting the armed forces of countries visiting Antigua and Barbuda and for other incidental and connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Part 1, Preliminary, Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2, comprising Part 1 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, Application of Act, Clauses 3 and 4.
The question is that clauses 3 and 4, comprising Part 2 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, Jurisdiction in relation to visiting forces, Clauses 5 to 20.
The question is that clauses 5 to 20, comprising Part 3 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, Claims for personal injuries and property damage, Clauses 21 to 25.
The question is that Part 4, comprising clauses 21 to 25, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, Taxation, Clauses 26 to 29.
The question is that clauses 26 to 29, comprising Part 5 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Do those in favor say aye? Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 6, Coroner's Inquest, Clauses 30 and 31.
The question is that clauses 30 and 31, comprising Part 6 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, Attachments to and from Forces of Antigua and Barbuda, Clause 32.
The question is that Clause 32, which comprises Part 7 of the bill, do form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 8, Miscellaneous, Clauses 33 and 34.
The question is that clauses 33 and 34, comprising Part 8 of the bill, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The Enacting Clause.
The question is the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm pleased to report that the bill, shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill 2026, has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
Second the motion, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Gavayo.
Madam President, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Madam President, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
A seconder, please.
Second, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Visiting Forces Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk.
An act respecting the armed forces of countries visiting Antigua and Barbuda and for other incidental and connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Senator Gavayo, the motion, resolution, motions.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Resolution of the Senate on the principles to govern any arrangement for the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of third country nationals removed from the United States of America. Whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States of America have shared a long history of diplomatic relations, friendship, and cooperation, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States have entered into a memorandum of understanding concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries removed from the United States of America, and whereas that memorandum of understanding preserves the discretion of the government of Antigua and Barbuda to consider whether to accept any person proposed for transfer and does not by itself require Antigua and Barbuda to accept any person, and whereas the government of the United States of America has transmitted a series of draft operating procedures intended to give practical effect to the proposal, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda, having considered those proposals, has identified important legal, financial, security, humanitarian, administrative, and capacity concerns, and has made counter-proposals intended to protect the sovereignty and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda, and whereas the government of Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to maintaining and deepening its long-standing friendship and cooperation with the government and people of the United States of America, while preserving its sovereign right and constitutional responsibility to determine the conditions under which any person who is not a national of Antigua and Barbuda may be admitted to or remain within its territory. And whereas the Senate considers it appropriate to establish the principles and safeguards within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda may continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America on this matter. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that 1. The government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue to engage and negotiate with the government of the United States of America concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries in a spirit of friendship and cooperation with full regard of laws, security, capacity, and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 2. Antigua and Barbuda will not accept any standing, automatic, or open-ended program for the transfer of or reception of third country nationals, nor any arrangement under which the United States of America is entitled to transfer a predetermined number of persons without prior approval of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in each individual case. 3. Any person proposed for transfer shall be considered solely on a case-by-case basis, and Antigua and Barbuda shall retain complete discretion to approve or refuse any proposed person. 4. Only such limited number of persons, if any, as the government of Antigua and Barbuda determines can responsibly be accommodated, may be considered having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding and support. 5. No person shall be approved for transfer unless that person satisfies the eligibility criteria determined by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. The government is satisfied on the basis of sufficient information provided in advance as to that person's identity and suitability for consideration, and satisfactory written arrangements have been made concerning such matters as the government considers necessary, including documentation, funding, reception, accommodation, support, legal status, long-term responsibility, and, where applicable, onward or return arrangements. 6. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to refuse any person proposed for transfer, to deny admission to any person who has not been approved or in respect of whom information provided is materially incomplete or inaccurate, and to require appropriate arrangements for the prompt return or onward transfer of any such person at no cost to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. 7. Any arrangement shall provide for the cost arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, healthcare, administration, security, onward movement, or return of persons accepted under the arrangement to be met through funding arrangements agreed in advance to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, so that the implementation of the arrangement does not impose any undue financial burden on the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. 8. The government of Antigua and Barbuda, where it considers it appropriate and in national interest, agree to the participation of an international organization or other competent third party in the implementation of any arrangement, provided that the nature and scope of that participation, including its responsibilities, funding, and accountability, are agreed in writing to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. 9. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in any arrangement, in whole or in part, whenever the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 10. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America. Within that framework, the government may negotiate and agree such detailed terms, procedures, and safeguards as it considers necessary or desirable in the national interest. 11. No transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. And 12, for the avoidance of doubt, the adoption of this resolution shall not constitute approval by Parliament of any draft operating procedures or other proposal presently under consideration, nor shall it, by itself, authorize the transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda.
Are you making your presentation?
Yes, Madam President, sorry.
I know it's a lot to read.
Thank you so very much, Madam President. This is a serious issue, Madam President, of national importance. And you see, this should not be taken, Madam President, as a bipartisan issue. What we want to do as a responsible government is to ensure that Antigua and Barbuda, we get the best possible deal that is available to us. And I don't want people to think that we're not cooperating with the government of the United States of America. We are. But what we want to do, and our first level of cooperation, Madam President, was when we signed the Memorandum of Understanding, and it's public because it was circulated. It was all on social media and in the news. I know that the leader of the opposition would have gotten one in the Honorable House, but I will read it, Madam President, and just for the members' benefit, that this Memorandum of Understanding was actually signed on December 19th, 2025 in Washington, D.C. by our Ambassador Saunders on the instruction of the Prime Minister, Gaston Brown, and with the authority of the Attorney General. And the Memorandum of Understanding, as we know, a Memorandum of Understanding, it's not binding, right? And so I'll read the Memorandum of Understanding because I know that the opposition, specifically on the radio, they are suggesting that nobody knows what agreement the Antigua and Barbuda government or the MOU that we would have gotten into. Right? And it's non-binding, as I would have mentioned. And so it reads, the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States of America, herein after referred to individually as participant and collectively as the participants, affirming their willingness to cooperate concerning the potential transfer of certain third-party country nationals present in the United States to Antigua and Barbuda, have reached the following understandings. 1. Purpose and scope. 1.1, the purpose of this MOU is to ensure that there's a non-binding understanding between our governments, which means the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United States of America. 2. Case-by-case consideration and documentation. 2.1 reads, the government of the United States of America may, in its complete discretion, propose to the government of Antigua and Barbuda the transfer of such third country nationals, and the government of Antigua and Barbuda may, in its complete discretion, consider accepting such a proposal in whole or in part. 2.2. Prior to any transfer, the government of the United States of America intends to provide the government of Antigua and Barbuda with documentation of each proposed deportee's biographical, medical, and criminal documentation to the extent available and permitted by law. And finally, 3. Assurances. 3.1. The participants intend that all actions taken pursuant to this MOU be in accordance with their respective obligations under the Convention relating to the status of refugees done at Geneva on July 28, 1951, the protocol relating to the status of refugees done at New York on January 31, 1967, the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment adopted in New York on December 10, 1984, and all other relevant international obligations, national constitution, laws, regulations, and immigration visa policies. So, Madam President, and it's clear, right? The very first paragraph, which speaks about the purpose and scope, states that this Memorandum of Understanding is non-binding. You know, Madam President, as a government, we want to ensure that the United States of America do not send hard-up criminals. You know, we already have our own criminal elements that we have to manage here. Right? And so we want to ensure that there may be simple individuals who, for example, violate a visa, overstay, as we would call it. Overstay by a 1 week or 2 week, you know. I mean, those are the type of individuals, and also individuals with certain skill sets, whether they be a specialized nurse or specialized doctor, right? We want to ensure that those individuals that they're sending to Antigua and Barbuda can help to contribute to our overall economic development. So to suggest that we are not cooperating with the United States of America is far from the truth. But what we want to do is to protect Antigua and Barbuda, right? Because what we do not want to bring any criminal elements here that will destabilize our country or stifle our economic growth and development at all. You see, it's a very sensitive issue, and the United States of America, they're trying to get rid of their hardcore criminals. But to send them here to our small island developing states, Madam President, we want to ensure that those elements that they're sending to our country can contribute and assist to our economic development, Madam President. So, Madam President, this resolution is clear. I mean, all of the terms, Madam President, they are clearly outlined. It specifies specifically what arrangement and the terms and conditions that we will accept. And so, Madam President, with these few words, I fully support and I want to commend Prime Minister Brown for his vision and his leadership, you know, for bringing this resolution to this honorable House. We are showing how much we want to protect and preserve the interests of Antigua and Barbuda. It could have probably been done any other way, but we are showing the people of Antigua and Barbuda that we are protecting your interests. And so, Madam President, I fully support this resolution, and we know there are talks about, visa and visa restrictions. So what we're doing, Madam President, is that we believe in diplomatic relations, Madam President. And so, but while doing so, we do not want anybody to take advantage, you know. We will be cooperative and compliant, but based on our terms and conditions and what is in the best interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. If it pleases you, I support this resolution wholeheartedly.
Madam President, I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Senator Rain. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House that 1. The Government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue to engage and negotiate with the Government of the United States of America concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries in a spirit of friendship and cooperation and with full regard for the sovereignty, laws, security, capacity, and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 2. Antigua and Barbuda will not accept any standing, automatic, or open-ended program for the transfer or reception of third country nationals, nor any arrangement under which the United States of America is entitled to transfer a predetermined number of persons without the prior approval of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in each individual case. 3. Any person proposed for transfer shall be considered solely on a case-by-case basis, and Antigua and Barbuda shall retain complete sovereign discretion to approve or refuse any proposed person. 4. Only such limited number of persons, if any, as the Government of Antigua and Barbuda determines, can responsibly be accommodated, may be considered, having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding and support. 5. No person shall be approved for transfer unless that person satisfies the eligibility criteria determined by the Government of Antigua and Barbuda. The Government is satisfied on the basis of sufficient information provided in advance as to that person's identity and suitability for consideration, and satisfactory written arrangements have been made concerning such matters as the government considers necessary, including documentation, funding, reception, accommodation, support, legal status, longer-term responsibility, and, where applicable, onward or return arrangements. 6. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to refuse any person proposed for transfer, to deny admission to any person who has not been approved, or in respect of whom information provided is materially incomplete or inaccurate, and to require appropriate arrangements for the prompt return or onward transfer of any such person at no cost to the government or people of Antigua and Barbuda. 7. Any arrangement shall provide for the costs arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, health care, administration, security, onward movement or return of persons accepted under the arrangement to be met through funding arrangements agreed in advance to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, so that the implementation of the arrangement does not impose an undue financial burden on the government or people of Antigua and Barbuda. 8. The government of Antigua and Barbuda may, where it considers it appropriate and in the national interest, agree to the participation of an international organization or other competent third party in the implementation of any arrangement, provided that the nature and scope of that participation, including its responsibilities, funding, and accountability, are agreed in writing to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. 9. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in any arrangement, in whole or in part, whenever the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. 10. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America. Within that framework, the government may negotiate and agree such detailed terms, procedures, and safeguards as it considers necessary or desirable in the national interest. 11. No transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. 12. For the avoidance of doubt, the adoption of this resolution shall not constitute approval by Parliament of any draft operating procedures or other proposal presently under consideration, nor shall it, by itself, authorize the transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda. Will there be any debate on this motion? No? Light. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that must knock the wind out of you. And the leader of... I said, thank you. I know that must knock the wind out of you, having to read the entire length of the resolution, as well as the... as well as the... Very well. I thought you would be eager to move on from this morning, but it's okay. Madam President, our small, tiny nation, our microstate, is being forced to grow up very violently, to be honest. We're being dragged up, whether we like it or not. We're having a number of our systems challenged as a nation. A number of the concepts which gird us up, and other Caribbean islands and other countries around the world who are being subjected to these third-party arrangements. So the issue of sovereignty, what does that mean? The clear understanding and appreciation that no island stands alone, literally. The fact that partnerships, associations matter, and that they have consequences. And certainly, the idea of our democracy internally and how it works. So these things and more, these ideas, these principles, the ethos which gird us up, Fair Antigua and Barbuda, no, that's my favorite line, are being challenged by such an external partner as the United States, which not many countries in this world could face and win in a competition in any category. We recognize that on this side of the aisle. We also endorse and would like it to be true what the leader of government business said in her opening remarks, this idea that this matter should be a bipartisan, that's the word she used, a bipartisan matter. I believe that. We believe that. It is such a national issue that transcends party affiliation, religion, church, it just transcends everything. We're all in this boat together. And now more than ever, we realize how tiny this boat is. And so we need to literally, all of us, come to the middle to maintain balance and squeeze up next to one another and rub shoulder. And I wish that that was the context in which this government would have advanced this issue, would have made a very big difference. But unfortunately, Madam President, the government's handling of this matter truly, in my estimation, can only be characterized as opaque. I think it has been characterized by a level of confusion, shifting narratives, and that is unacceptable, especially when you want to build solidarity and nationalism. Nationalism thrives on openness, real partnership, the sharing of information, the holding of hands. That's what we need. Madam President, this nation was jolted to the reality that we could be accepting third-party nationals. I think it was in January of this year, and almost by accident. And that is because story broke in a neighboring country that they were going to accept third-party nationals. Their government, there was a press conference or something held, and questions began to be asked here. And the Prime Minister admitted that they had been in talks with the United States, I think he said 6 or 7 months ago, which dated back to August of the preceding year, 2025. We found out about this thing almost by accident. And at the time that he admitted that they were in talks, there was no mention of an MOU, or that the MOU had indeed already been signed. Since December the 19th, we only learned that a few weeks ago. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable, and that is not how you build bipartisan support. That is not how you rally a nation to come together, because right now we need everybody. We need our best minds, the resilient section of our community. People come, let us all come and actually help to support the government in this endeavor that they have to be on. I know it cannot be easy. It's not easy. So, coming at the 11th hour, and it's never too late, it is true, but to come at the 11th hour and say we want to build bipartisan support, or when people make criticisms that are constructive or recommendations, okay, you're being accused of tearing down the government and I guess not loving Antiguans equally as other people. It's not how we should do it. Having said that, the relationship with the United States, Madam President, it is of critical importance to this nation. We know that. And so because of the tendency to misquote and misunderstand, because I am going to be very critical of the resolution that is before us. But let me put in my disclaimer early, right? That we are not opposed to cooperation with the United States. It is a must. And I do not have to recite the importance of the United States as a geopolitical partner and just certainly as a neighbor. Okay? We know what it is. We are not opposed, Madam President, to our government seeking a best formula to walk that very tight rope. We do not think, as some people have framed it, that it is a dichotomy. It's either a yes or no. It's either you're for cooperation or you're against cooperation, because you make insights and say this could have been done better. It's not one or the other. There is a very vast middle ground, and we're saying let us occupy that space better so that we balance the need for cooperation with the United States along with your duty as a government to protect the people of this country in a multi-dimensional fashion. That's a balancing act. What we are not for, Madam President, we are not for secrecy. We're not for that. We are not for giving government or anyone on this issue a carte blanche to operate in an opaque fashion without oversight and scrutiny. We're not for that. I think it would be irresponsible to do that, Madam President. Cooperation, Madam President, cooperation and democracy is not at odds. Do you understand, Madam President? It is not at odds. And we're going to show you, because what should have happened if there was an interest for bipartisanship on this matter is that the government would have called or written to the leader of the opposition to caucus. To caucus, Madam President. Further, in terms of building national support, the issue of consultation and dialogue, that is how we do it. And I have stated that during the election that has just passed, the Labour Party understood what town hall meetings were. They were having them. They were having them. And the leaders of government were lined off on head tables, as I would have stated. Okay? Engaging people. And this required that type of citizen engagement. Now, I understand, Madam President, because I operate in the diplomatic sphere, that every country, every nation, every government has the right to decide its foreign policy and to engage other states. It is true. However, this issue is unique because it also touches and concerns immigration law, security, and other matters which are at such a level that they generally require parliamentary oversight at every step of the way. That's the first thing I would say. Then, before I go into the resolution itself, I wish to ask the question, what is the rush? What is the rush? Because there seems to be some timetable which, again, has not been shared with the public. Because the government's own white paper and the utterings we've heard admits that we do not have a proper legislative framework to deal and address with this issue as we should. The government admits that there are certain funding, obviously, and financial issues, okay, which has to be resolved. There seems to be many things that have not been sorted out. And I'm saying, bringing this resolution, which is nothing but broad principles, this resolution are principles. Bringing this resolution, Madam President, in my view, is a starting point. This is a starting point. It is not an ending point, in my view. And so, Madam President, what is the rush? The other issue on the table, Madam President, in the fact that, as we know, because we're paying attention, that this matter in and of itself is not a settled matter in the United States. A settled issue. Settled. It's not a settled issue in the United States. Madam President, there is serious opposition to this idea of third party, third country nationals or deportees, and a number of major organizations, the American Civil Liberties Union, Human Rights First, the National Immigration Litigation Alliance, and other immigration advocacy organizations are busy at work in America, pointing out how the process may be not all on the up and up. And there have been some reversals in some cases. Now, I am not even saying that we have to wait until everything is settled. But I am asking the question, what is the rush? I feel that we have to pass this thing now. And that because a number of Caribbean countries, as we know, have passed, or have, I think at least one, have begun to take deportees. I sense that there is some timeline, Madam President, that is not, we don't know. Because if there's no rush, Madam President, we should not accept one deportee until this Parliament properly approves a Refugee Asylum Act and the other pieces of legislation that the government admits in this white paper we do not have as a nation. While we have signed on to a number of treaties, we have not domesticated them. I think that that is what we should be doing, actually, as we prepare, okay, to accept the deportees. In terms of the question I'm asking as to the rush, the Prime Minister would have stated that he feels as though he's negotiated with a gun to the head without really clarifying that. And I know that a lot was made of the Honorable Trevor Walker's remarks because he says that we don't hold the cards. I couldn't understand, you know, the pedantic difference or whatever. But when I survey what is happening around the region, Madam President, you would note that Trinidad and Tobago, which is the question I'm asking, or I'm laying before us, who has emerged in recent times as a great cooperator, right, with the United States, seems not to be having to accept deportees in any way. They seem to be exempt. I do not know how the United States are determining which Caribbean countries qualify to accept deportees. And so the question has to be asked, is it just simply about cooperation or is it punishment? Because if they're greatest cooperator, it seems to be that they're being rewarded for whatever positions they would have taken earlier, okay? And so not having to take deportees, because you turn to your friends first when you need help, and allies. And I noticed that Trinidad and Tobago was conspicuously absent from this discussion. Now let me address the resolution. Madam President, the resolution, and let me make the point that we did not get the MOU or the counter-proposals in our packet. I don't know if that was an oversight, but I know that we had to rely on, well, this morning, what was shared previously, which was also unsigned, okay, what the leader got. And I know that there was this question as to, you know, what was the real MOU. But let me just say that based on what was shared in terms of the US counter-proposals and what our government is saying we desire, I think that those two positions were quite far apart in terms of what the US wanted, even after the MOU, and what our government was insisting on. And so I want to applaud the government for insisting on those key areas, because in my estimation, what the United States was proposing in a counter-proposal was unreasonable for Antigua's size and clearly for, you know, our capacity and our ability to deal with that type of load. But the two positions are very far, and this is why I am going to say what I'm saying now. When you look now, Madam President, and there are just 10 areas in that resolution I want to highlight, because I do believe that the white paper that was shared, the MOU, and the resolution, when you compare them all, the resolution is a weaker position. Some of the safeguards that were mentioned in the white paper and in the MOU have not been transferred to the resolution, even though the resolution are broad principles, if we are to okay them. So the first point is, yes, there was the issue or the banning about of 10 persons per annum. This resolution does not have that ceiling in it anymore. The white paper would have stated clearly that the government would be taking 10 persons in 2026, and then there is the option now to review thereafter. Madam President, that is gone, and I think that that was one of the most valuable safeguards in that, and that Parliament should have at least that as a minimum. Even if we're sending the government to continue negotiations, it has to be in a framework. And the framework cannot just be based on principles. Parliament can't just come to approve principles. We have to be approving a negotiating framework or a piece of legislation or something tangible that is measurable, that gives the government now the strength to go and do what it's doing within that framework, not principles, which are exceptionally broad. And even in the resolution itself, it is mentioned here and there that these decisions are taken according to the government's desire or what the government deems fit. And that is not a framework. That is absent of parliamentary oversight. So the 10-person framework is gone. Now, paragraph 4 of the resolution says and authorizes only such limited number of persons, if any, as the government determines it can responsibly be accommodated. That is not okay. It's not okay. And the people of this nation want to know how many deportees we plan to take every year. You know, so the resolution itself has gone below what the white paper said, and I want to know why. All right? Secondly, there's the issue of the eligibility criteria, okay, which the government kind of bandied about again in the white paper and the MOU, where it excluded expedited removals, we're saying we're not going to take anybody on an expedited removal, that all the immigration issues must be settled. That was a good thing. That was a great place to be, because some of these issues are unsettled. All right? The issue of unaccompanied minors and persons with pending asylum, etc. The resolution does not contain those exclusions again, because what has been brought to Parliament are principles. And I am saying no. That is not okay. So it merely says a proposed person must satisfy the eligibility criteria determined by government. So why are we here? What are we doing today? What are we doing tonight? If government is going to determine the eligibility criteria, and if they're going to treat that and a number of these other issues any way close to how they've treated this issue from the beginning, it's a secret, it's opaque, there's no transparency, no justification, no explanation to the public, I say no. Right? Because it means that the criteria can be later changed at any time. Or the criteria can change from time to time, if that is what we do. Thirdly, the issue of full funding, which all of us can agree that if we are accepting deportees, that we should not be made to pay for it. And the MOU was strong on that point, as was the white paper. But now, what clause it was? The memorandum, the resolution, in paragraph 7, has gone from, that we are not going to be undertaking any additional the consequences of funding, that the U.S. government will be made to pay for these refugees, and or deportees rather. The resolution significantly reduces that. And the language now says that funding arrangements should prevent an undue financial burden. What is that? That is a weaker state. An undue financial burden means that there is possibility of burden, and we will incur some burden, but it may not be excessive. I am saying that the language needs to be more categorical. The language has changed. That is not a matter of my opinion. The language in the white paper, Madam President, and the memorandum of understanding was categorical. I am saying that undue financial burden is a weaker position. I don't know why we've changed it. Madam President, you see, this is relevant because there was some talk as well about the possibility of having to return people and this whole, issue that people may have to be sent back for one reason or the other. And there may be costs incurred in those situations. Okay? And so it needs to be clear that the people of Antigua and Barbuda, the taxpayers, will not suffer the costs related to any of these deportees. Madam President, in the white paper, there was also mention made of the visa issue. And there was the suggestion that that could be the potential reason. Actually, it was also stated by the Prime Minister publicly why the visa restrictions were imposed on Antigua and Barbuda. The white paper also mentioned the fact that the agreement or the process should be reciprocal, that there should be some benefit to Antigua and Barbuda. And so I got the distinct impression that then and therefore it was a quid pro quo, that if the visa restrictions came as a consequence of any opposition or pushback to deportees, then having now agreed to accept them, that the consequence would be that the restrictions would be lifted. The white paper implied that. That is now missing from the resolution, and so I would like to know, at least to have some clarity on if those two things are connected. Because when this thing came up, we heard that it was, tied to biometrics, and then, it was the CIP, etc. And so then eventually the Prime Minister said that the visa restrictions was because of this issue. I don't know if both things were being negotiated side by side.
Senator, you're 3 minutes to your 30-minute mark.
Well, I'm leading, so I think I have an hour.
Oh, you think so? You read the standing order?
Okay.
Motions are 30 minutes for the leader, and by convention, we extend that to the leader of
No
the
problem.
opposition, and 20 minutes for everybody else. So everybody else who was thinking you had 30 minutes, you don't. 20 minutes. So, Senator, you have to wrap up just now.
Thank you, Madam President. You said what, 3 minutes? Right. So, Madam President, the point is, and I could go on, in terms of where this resolution actually removes or does not transfer many of the safeguards that were mentioned in the MOU or the white paper. I want to jump to Belize, who also had a deportee arrangement, which they have put into like a formal treaty and laid it before Parliament, which expressly defines and outlines every relevant area. It is encapsulated in a framework. I do not understand what is the need for us to run around saying the MOU is non-binding, 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 as though the non-binding nature of the MOU in and of itself is a protective mechanism. I do not think it is. I actually believe that we should want to encapsulate a number of the safeguards that were mentioned into a proper framework. Belize has called it an asylum cooperative agreement, which publicly lays out criteria, quantity, all of the various headings that I would have mentioned. Why aren't we doing the same thing so that we come to Parliament giving ear to all of these areas where the government now has an actual framework to go off and negotiate on? Why? The cap, the eligibility, the independent vetting. This doesn't say which agencies are going to do the vetting or how the information transferred from America is going to be verified. Those are critical matters. Is Cabinet going to vet the people? How is the vetting going to be done? And why don't we know, as a parliament and as a nation, there is no need for that secrecy? I'm saying this resolution lays out broad principles, I accept, but broad principles are insufficient. They're insufficient primarily because of, as I stated in the beginning, the gravity of this matter. Nationally, the fact that it touches and concerns security, and the other serious principles, which means that the government should come or should have to come back to Parliament so that we do know what is happening, Madam President, if it pleases you.
Anybody else? Senator O'Neill and Senator Brown. Saw Senator O'Neill first, but seems like he's allowing seniority. I won't say age. Senator Brown.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President.
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
2-0. No more than.
Okay. Madam President, I stand to give my unwavering support to this resolution that has been tabled. Madam President, history will remind us that every generation is called upon to face issues that test not only our mettle, to test our policies, but also the real strength of our democratic institutions, and this is universal, and our commitment to the national interest. Madam President, I began there because I want to just jump back a little bit to bring to our attention the relationship between the U.S. and Antigua and Barbuda. And this dates back decades ago. Just doesn't happen, as most people would believe, in the 80s. This goes back to as far as the Second World War. And I specifically did this bit of research to present this, to show that we have had that level of relationship with the U.S. for many decades. Let's go back to World War II, thereabout, when the establishment of the United States Naval Facility took place here, a military base at Coolidge. And by the way, Madam President, Coolidge, two of them. Yeah, two of them, correct. Panam Base and Navy Base. To the point where we had an international airport named after what was first an airfield named after Admiral Hamilton Coolidge. So too the name of Coolidge community derived from that. Madam President, not only that, during the 60s, I think, we had a relationship extended even further through the Dow Hill tracking station. Very important points to make in terms of the relationship. So I am positive that at the end of the day, what we are doing here will go down into history as well. And Madam President, I listened to Senator Malika Parker just now when she spoke about the difference between the resolution, what is absent in the resolution, and it's not in the I want to go to Principle 4, where she made comments about what is being put here. It says here, only such limited number of persons, if any, as the government of Antigua and Barbuda determines can responsibly be accommodated may be considered. She asked a question about this, and the answer is right there. Having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding. Madam President, it will be imprudent to lock the country into a fixed number without first considering the capacity, the security, the availability of resources, and the changing circumstances. Because, Madam President, that is being a responsible government, to say the least. We must retain that ability to make our deliberation and to manage, by the way, the program in the national interest. Madam President, Senator Malika Parker went as far as to talk about the absence of information in the resolution versus the memorandum of understanding. I'm sorry that Senator Newton is not here, because you should understand something in international relations. And this is something that you would have learned, persons who are students of political science will know this. In in international law. And you understand. So you understand that, and yet still you say something like that in the Honorable House. The point I'm trying to make, Madam President, there's a common misunderstanding and a misinterpretation, because the relationship between both, the resolution is a statement of policy. The memorandum of understanding, a non-binding one to boot, is a different thing. Totally different. And Madam President, I want us to understand the core principles of this resolution. I see 12 of them here, but we can just sum them up in the interest of time. To me, I see 5 core principles. 1, the basis, the case-by-case sovereign discretion, which we should all exercise. Our country must retain the absolute right to approve or reject every proposed transfer individually. This falls in line with, again, and I'm sure you would know this, in international relations, the balance of power. No sovereign state should have that absolute right to control any other sovereign state. We determine that. And Madam President, secondly, strict limited eligibility. Only carefully, and it's right there, it's only carefully screened migrants, persons with final removal orders may be considered. However, some are excluded, those with criminal records other than immigration offenses excluded. The third one is limited arrangement for 2026 only, no more than 10 persons. I already explained that. Will be considered in 2026 with a review in 2027. You mentioned it, but yesterday came back and asked the question. So you are contradicting yourself. Yes, you are. And you know that you're contradicting yourself. Madam President, through you, the fourth one is the full funding before the departure from the mainland, from US. The United States must provide written guarantees to cover all costs before anyone leaves the US. Madam President, the fifth, protection of Antigua and Barbuda's legal and sovereign position. Our government retains that absolute right to determine legal status, reject improperly documented arrivals, require their return at US expense, and a suspension or end the arrangement at any time. It is within the balance of power. We have that right. It is understood. That is how responsible government operates. And you know another thing I listened to, Madam President? When Senator Malika Parker spoke about not getting the opposition involved, executive decisions, serious executive decisions, you don't serve these, you don't share these until the appropriate time with the opposition. We are in government, not you. We are in government. We are in government. So everything that has an executive decision or discussion, we must come to you. All you are doing, and by the way, I notice y'all had this big flyer. Oh, come out. Third country national debate. Come out and support the UPP senators. And the only thing that I saw, the only person I saw this morning was your mommy up there. Another failed effort to convince the people of Antigua and Barbuda. I mean, you're opposition, and you must understand that. 15-1 is a total declaration that we have beaten you soundly. And I don't want to go down the political route to such extent. But, Madam President, and they went to the Moravian Conference Hall as well, And they only panned the camera to one area. So you see, like our judicial minds here, our legal minds here, 5 of them, and who are here, they pan the camera here where they can pick up about 15 to 20 people. As a matter of fact, I counted 25. Be quiet. I'm on the floor, be quiet. Panning the camera to where they're most gathered. When y'all not having meeting in dark like y'all did dance and so, you know, y'all panning and picking up on the people, a few people here and there. Again, what is happening here, Madam President? It's a bipartisan effort we should be making. I am surprised to hear Senator Malayka Parker stating to engage them, so to speak. Remember COVID? We had a committee, you know. What's the name of the committee again? I can't remember. Anybody can help me out? What is it, Madam Leader? The what?
Economic Recovery Committee.
Economic Recovery Committee. And you were invited. How many of you turned up? Not even your leader turned up. Disgraceful, disrespectful. But everything where you think you can have a little hitch on, you come in Parliament and you try to grandstand, or, you know, we're not be given. Listen, I want you to understand this. Madam President, but it's fact. It's a fact. Oh, they give the impression just now as well, you know. Senator Malayka Parker said so, you know. Oh, we didn't get a copy of the, what she said, the MOU in our package. I got mine this morning right in here. Well, your problem is that you lack internal communication to begin with. I've seen that within the UPP before. You all are confused whenever you come to the public. And so we're not going, no clear position. Even a simple flyer. You see all kind of traffic. You know what I mean by traffic on it? You see this here, that, they're colorful. All kind of right up over. And look, if you stay in one position and try to read it, no, you get confused. They were confusing people. And Madam President, what we're doing here today is a serious matter. What we're doing, we're actually putting to this honorable House the principles, the guiding principles through this document that has been tabled. And we're looking forward to that level of support from the opposition as well, because we are all Antiguans and Barbudans, residents and citizens alike. Isn't that so? So everything that you negate, at the end of the day, you're now asking for unity. We don't have a problem with uniting. We never had a problem with that. But you want it to be convenient for your convenience sake. And that should never happen. And we're going to call you all out every time you do it. And you know, every time we come with the sensitive areas where we have to pull you all up and call upon you, so to speak. Y'all put down your head and y'all turn too busy in here. We see it. We know it. Let's get real. This is a serious matter that is confronting us. So therefore, if you're serious about being in the position and part of the equation to take us forward, look, the U.S. is a superpower. If you try to fit Antigua is what? 108 plus 62, 170, Redondo maybe 6 miles, 176. You can put Antigua, Redondo, and Antigua, Barbuda, and Redondo in the U.S. about 21,000 times. No, it's about 21,000 times when you work out the square mileage. About that. And you want to tell me at the end of the day, we are so small comparable to that superpower. And you can't play with the superpower. We are a soft power. Hence, Madam President, we basically are saying to our good colleagues on the opposition bench, let's do this together. But I am surprised, and I can challenge any one of the 4 of you to give us one single solution to the problem. You can't do it. I challenge you. One single solution to the problem. I challenge you, Senator Parker. I challenge you, Senator Hughes. Senator Zill. Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you said that you have been left out. Correct. So if you want to be a part of the equation, come clean, man. Who don't know to, is the best governance we have seen since independence. The Gaston Brown-led administration. Talk about governance. Oh, Antigua was in a very poor position. We were on the precipice of destruction, economic destruction. You tell me, $185 million from the International Monetary Fund. You want me to go there? Talking about governance? And you could not even pay your monthly installments that ran up to over $320 million. Senator Angelica O'Donoghue spoke about look, I could stay here all day and talk about governance, you know, because the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party is the quintessential governance.
Senator Brown, you can't stay all night. You have 4. Hello, Senator Hughes. You have 4 minutes, sir.
I don't want us to misunderstand the relationship between the resolution and the memorandum of understanding. Y'all sit down over there and try to create confusion. Most recently, let me see what you have there, Senator Shaw, because I want to touch up my good friend here. Yes. The young neophyte. The young neophyte, you know, the young neophyte, this one. Senators yet to see signed memorandum of third country. I just explained it. So how do you feel now that I explained it? Huh? I explained it. Senators, we are saying you need to see the signed memorandum of understanding. Why? Why? Third country nationals. And so Jonathan Warner said senators received their debate packages yesterday, but without the memorandum of understanding. You got it.
Madam President, on a point of order.
You got it. So whether you got it, I got it the same time you got it.
Senator Brown is a member on his feet raising a point of order. I'd like to hear what the
Madam President, I note that the member seemed to be referencing a piece of document, a printed matter, but he has not made any proper citation to this House.
Let me tell you, all right? At this stage of the game, y'all are wasting the government's time. Because I just said to Senator Brown, he has 4 minutes. And he's referencing a document. I just see people flying, you know, because y'all talking to yourselves now, not trying to address me, because you're looking over each other and talking to each other. Not the chair. So I don't know what document he's talking about. I don't know what document is referenced. I don't know. I just see, I hear, I don't know. So unless it's read into Hansard, I really don't know. So Senator Brown,
yes,
if you
Madam
have
President,
reference in a document,
that's a bit of an excerpt.
Oh my.
Okay.
Are you really
I'll take it back. I'll take it back because I'm sure that one of my colleagues will raise the issue. But Madam President, the Senate is being asked simply through this resolution to debate this resolution not to approve a private contract. The Memorandum of Understanding is an administrative instrument between governments, while Parliament's role is to consider the policy direction and national interests. Bottom line, that's what it is. So when y'all come and the grandson, oh, we don't see this and we don't see that. Or we want to be included. And when push comes to shove, they'll back away. But it's always easy to criticize. I'm asking, I challenge the four of you, give one single solution to the problem. Madam President, if it pleases you, before that, Madam President, let me just say quickly, in my last 2 minutes, I believe, I want us to welcome to the acting Deputy Clerk of Parliament is acting, yes? Miss Leisha Samuel, I hope your time here will be well spent. We're glad that you're with us. And I also want to say, Madam President, to the entire House, I'm not one who goes about and cavorting and dingo-laying for Carnival. I rather stay home, relax with my family. And if you say smoke, if I have to smoke, I'm a Rasta man. But that's what you be. But again, in the interest of nation, beautiful paradise state, Antigua Barbuda, let's do this together, a bipartisan approach. Instead of the negating, every single thing must be negated. It's high time we stop it, man. And when we go anywhere now, sometimes we meet at airports and so, outside of Antigua. I know we move together quite harmoniously. Oh, we are from Antigua. And by the time y'all land in Antigua, boy, like Satan just grab a hold of y'all and just...
This is what you were saying about you're not into the dingo.
I'm not into dingo-laying and so on.
You didn't finish that statement there, you know.
I just mentioned it. For Carnival, okay. For Carnival. Enjoy your Carnival celebrations. Sorry. I'm so not interested, and I hate to do this, to beat it down, but I'm not one who goes around, Madam President, and, cavort and dingo-laying and jam back.
But you're wishing us well.
I wish everybody well, and let's have a safe and peaceful Carnival 2026. If that pleases you, Madam President, I'll take my seat.
Senator O'Neill, still going forward?
I don't mind wrapping up.
I see Senator O'Neill and Senator Shaw. Senator O'Neill, if you don't want to, just because I called you, don't need to go now.
Well, I thought we were just doing it cross-sectionally, so I was going to wait until the other member to finish. So I'll give my contribution, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. It's truly an honor to spend the whole day with the members debating issues of national importance. But, Madam President, I want to first start this resolution by congratulating Sir Ron Saunders and also the Prime Minister, Madam President, for articulating this issue on this very important times that we face. And I particularly want to focus, Madam President, on the historical context as it speaks to the resilience of not only this administration, Madam President, but all of this country in Antigua and Barbuda would have enjoyed. And my mind draws me back to COVID. And Madam President, boy, I tell you, the times in which we spent in COVID, Madam President, it really gave me a first-hand experience that it doesn't matter what we go through, that we will be able to come on top. And the reason why I say that, Madam President, is relating to what is happening globally. Global trade disruption and the foreign policy pressures that we have faced throughout the world, economic pressures that we have faced. And one thing that cannot be overlooked, Madam President, that we can't question the sovereignty of countries internationally. And no one should be able to question about the sovereignty of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, when you look at the immigration policy that the United States government would have started on January 20, 2025, a mass deportation program, Madam President, as to date, they would have deported approximately 590,000 persons outside of the U.S. And I'm quoting that source, Madam President, from TheGuardian.com, for anyone who would like to go on that site and to see the facts for themselves. As it relates, Madam President, to this month, July 11, 2026, currently detained by ICE, 65,765 And I want everyone, Madam President, to pay attention to this, because this is something that the opposition would have spewed in the public and literally create some sort of public chaos. Fear. Out of, Madam President, that 65,765 persons, 46,436 persons doesn't have a criminal record. That is a mere, Madam President, 70.6%. Yet again, Madam President, if they want to know where I'm speaking from, they can visit the Guardian.com website and look at the facts for themselves. As a matter of fact, Madam President, El Salvador would have entered an agreement with the U.S. and decided to take the harsh criminals, the hardened criminals, over 260 persons, that is, Madam President. And one of the things that was particularly interesting to me is the fact that the U.S. would have guaranteed them a cash component of $6 million. $6 million, Madam President. So you can see that even though the U.S. on the one hand is trying to force our hand in taking third country nationals, there's also a compensation component, Madam President, that goes towards ensuring that the viability and the upkeep of these individuals are looked about. Madam President, I was a bit appalled about 2 weeks ago when I saw one of the members on the other side posted a video with Marco Rubio. And I was really trying to gather the context of the video. And while I read through the comments, I recognized that the video did two things. The intention of the video, Madam President, was to obviously create some sort of fear in the public, as though this government, this uncaring government, was trying to accept criminals. No way, Madam President, I was standing in this honorable house and debate on behalf of this government to accept criminals. No way. Madam President, we have said time and time again, and even in the last debate that we had, debating the amendments, the search warrant bill, cybercrime bill. Madam President, this government has found it necessary to fight crime tooth and tooth. And we have our own issues. In just a mere, Madam President, 3 days, we have witnessed 2 murders. As a matter of fact, Madam President, I can tell you that in the village of Potters where I grew up, I lost someone that I grew up with. And to have, Madam President, the influx, as the other member on the other side would have stated, that we're accepting criminals, more sophisticated criminals, gangs. Madam President, I am saying here that we cannot allow, Madam President, the opposition to spew in the public that we're accepting criminals. We cannot. Madam President, when you look at, for instance, some of the other countries that the U.S. would have engaged, such as St. Lucia, out of the Washington Post, they would have tabled St. Lucia to a level 2 warning, stating that that country is one of the most dangerous countries within the Caribbean to travel to currently because of their crime, theft, murders. Madam President, I'm stating here, Antigua and Barbuda is one of the safest countries within the Caribbean, and I defend that any day. Safest. And when you look at, Madam President, for instance, our tourism sector, it cannot be underestimated, Madam President, that majority of our tourists comes from the U.S. Majority of our tourists come from the U.S. And while, Madam President, we recognize the importance of our sovereignty, we also, Madam President, cherish the long-standing friendship, diplomatic ties and relationship that we have had with the U.S. government. And just like my friend on the other side would have stated in his previous presentation, that we're not here to try to overpower the U.S. We understand that the U.S. is a global economic powerhouse. But, Madam President, it is of our sovereign rights to engage in bilateral talks with them. And I can recall, Madam President, a couple months ago, there was a U.S. Southern Commander, Admiral Alvin Hosley, who would have met with the government, Madam President, asking us if we would be willing to take U.S. radar. I stand corrected. U.S. radar. And Madam President, we declined. So to say that we don't have any cards, or to say that it is not our sovereign right to decide what is best for the interests of Antiguans and Barbudans, Madam President, I'm saying to you that listening to the debates of the members on this side, Madam President, we're taking this issue very seriously. This government, Madam President, would have been the first government within the Caribbean to table this MOU, table the discussion in Parliament. Because I can tell you what would have happened in Jamaica. What happened in Jamaica, Madam President, they would have signed the MOU in Cabinet, approved it, and sent their Minister of Foreign Affairs to go out and defend that policy public. We are bringing this issue to the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda. I haven't heard one solution on the other side. One solution. None whatsoever. Madam President, honestly, I'm quite disappointed because at our first debate, they would have mentioned that they would have raised the standards, raised it boldly, and I haven't seen that. I've sat here, Madam President, for the past 5 to 6 hours and haven't heard one solution on the other side. They would have criticized, Madam President. They would have criticized, Madam President, without providing any proper solution to the issues. So I'm still here, Madam President, waiting as to how will you guys join hands as Antiguans and Barbudans, recognizing that we have a responsibility, a fiduciary duty to protect the interests of Antigua and Barbudans, as to how we'll be able to tackle this issue. Recognizing, Madam President, that the U.S. is the economic giant. And we simply just can't merely disrespect them, Madam President. We can't disrespect them. But this is why, in the past, we've engaged in bilateral conversation with them on issues of public matters, and we'll continue to do so. And Madam President, I look forward to Antigua and Barbuda getting the best deal that we could possibly get. If such matters relating to this white paper, Madam President, has to take precedence. Madam President, I hope that the members on the other side, if they wish to speak, that we'll hear solutions so that we can deal with this issue, Madam President, as one body of the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda. So with those few words, Madam President, I'd like to thank you and look forward to the further discussions, if it pleases you.
Senator Jones? Oh. Who's that? Azil? Senator Jones, then Senator Azil.
Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to this resolution and to state from the onset, Madam President, that I am not satisfied with how the government approached this matter. Because, first of all, Madam President, the discussion of third-party deportees have been going on since last year. There was an MOU that was signed in December of 2025. The elections of Antigua and Barbuda took place in March. Or April. Sorry, April 30th. Sorry, April 30th. All right? During the lead up to the elections, there were town hall meetings, there were public rallies. Nothing was said to the people of Antigua and Barbuda regarding this matter. We are to discuss a resolution, and the MOU of December 20 last year and the one of May of this year was put on the table this morning. How can we honestly give credence to a proper debate on a resolution that speaks about this MOU? Okay, the MOU is not non-binding. It is non-binding from the people of Antigua and Barbuda, non-binding from the U.S. government also. So whatever they sign, they're not bound by it. Whatever we sign, it's non-binding. The thing is, what do we expect to happen going forward? How the people of Antigua and Barbuda can be guaranteed that what we are proposing to the U.S. government to happen in terms of deportees coming to Antigua and Barbuda will be what we want. There's no guarantee. And Madam President, I don't know, but I've heard, well, I don't know if it's his voice, I didn't see the video, but I heard the voice of the Secretary of State indicating that the President-elect of the U.S. government was elected to safeguard the people of America by making certain that the most despicable people get as far away from the United States as possible. The thing is, Madam President, I'm saying to us tonight that the people of Antigua and Barbuda, the government of Antigua and Barbuda, must make certain that no such persons are deported to Antigua and Barbuda unless they are Antiguans and Barbudans. Because Robert De Niro says he discovered paradise. Paradise found, that they call Barbuda, which is a part of the state of Antigua and Barbuda. And if we are a tourism country, we cannot afford, Madam President, to let our name be stained outside there of having any criminal elements being deported to Antigua and Barbuda that are not from Antigua and Barbuda. So we must make that clear in our negotiations. If there's going to be any deportees to Antigua and Barbuda, make certain it is from the people of Antigua and Barbuda. That's what we're talking about. As I said, I do not appreciate that the government was in discussion so long ago, right? And now coming to us and saying, listen, you're going to have a resolution in July. When you have ongoing discussions, ongoing memorandums. We do not deserve to know what is going on as a people, Madam President. The people of Antigua and Barbuda. That's who we are. We are Antiguans and Barbudans. And we elect a government. And recently, Madam President, recently, the people of Antigua and Barbuda, more so Antigua, elect a government 15-1. So, the concerns of the people must be at the top of your list at all times. You must care about what happened to your people at all times. And they must be in the decision making. You can't wait until you get to the end when you're actually saying that a gun be held to your head to want the people to be involved. No. Who would never say that? Who would never say that? You hear me say PM say it? Okay. Madam President, you understand what I'm saying? I am saying to us, Madam President, that we need to make certain that whatever we put in our white paper, that we make it into an agreement fashion, propose it to the American government and see what they say about it. Right? Because the thing is, we must be the ones deciding what we want for Antigua and Barbuda. If they reject what we put forward, that's it. We are a sovereign nation. We have survived in these parts of the world, Madam President, because you see, the thing is, we believe now that we cannot survive without these people, right? The foreign elements, right? We will survive. The God who put us here in these Caribbean islands will provide for us, will make a way for us if we continue to put our trust in God. That's what we have to do. Put our trust in God. He will defend us. He will protect us. So, Madam President, I'm encouraging us tonight to make certain that we make certain that our sovereignty is respected by even the most powerful forces in the world. If it pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Azil.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to begin my presentation. I know it's late in the evening, so I have to wake us up, by throwing a little caution, because I believe that it is dangerous for us in this House to advance the proposition that wherever there is a criticism of government action or criticism of state institution, that it is akin to a hatred of country. Madam President, I think that it is an irresponsible position for members of this House to take, and it does not add any value to the work that we are asked to do here, to discuss in a very mature way legislations that will obviously have grave impact on the lives of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, I'm forced to ask the question, are we truly in favor of bipartisan cooperation? Or is it just something that we want to spout because it may sound good and it may perhaps give us the excuse to do what we want to do and suggest that the other side does not want to cooperate? Madam President, bipartisan cooperation on a matter such as this is absolutely critical. The fact, Madam President, that this matter has been in the works, if I could use that term, since around August of 2025. Less than a few weeks to make a year. And then you want to come into this House and suggest that somehow we are acting responsible, that somehow we are the greatest examples of transparency and accountability. Madam President, I am suggesting that a matter such as this, with such grave national consequence, should never be treated in the way that it has been. We've heard it being said by several members. I know my colleague Parker and, again, good senator from Barbuda would have noted the tremendous amount of time between our knowledge of the existence of dialogue between Antigua and Barbuda, or the commencement of dialogue between Antigua and Barbuda and the United States. And the admission that there is, or there was in fact, a signed memorandum of understanding. And then again, months removed from the publication of a white paper and then the subsequent resolution which we're now being asked to debate here today. In fact, if we were desirous of having broad public buy-in for matters such as this, every effort would have been made to engage the public through the various forums and platforms that are available to the government of Antigua and Barbuda, including the public platforms that they occupied in the lead-up to the April 30th elections. Madam President, there is a sense that trust has been eroded and that the people of Antigua and Barbuda, notwithstanding the relative hush that we seem to hear in the public space, in the private quarters, I can say without equivocation, in the private quarters, there is a resolve that the government will do whatever it wants to do anyway. And so the people are feeling that they have been beaten down so much, Madam President, that they can hardly find a voice that would even cause our government to stand up and take note of what they're saying and act accordingly. So, Madam President, this notion that somehow the opposition members must stand and give, according to Senator Colin O'Neill and Senator O'Neill himself and others, must stand and give the solution to this problem. Give them, make recommendations on how this particular matter could be resolved. You declared, Madam President, forgive me, but they declared that the overwhelming mandate that they received on April 30th qualified them to act in the manner in which they are, without public consent, without public consultation. That is what they suggested. In fact, that is what they have stated emphatically. Madam President, it is interesting to note, and my colleague, Senator Parker, noted that this particular matter appeared to be a fait accompli. It's a done deal. Whether or not they're coming. Whether or not they're coming.
The PM said they're coming.
Whether or not they are coming. Madam President,
The PM said they're coming.
one of the things that we have to be mindful of is that this very issue continues to receive, as my colleague alluded to earlier, considerable pushback in the United States. And if the matter is unresolved there, I question our rationale for even beginning to entertain a quick dive into the acceptance of these individuals. I am not blind or dumb to the fact that we have not accepted anybody, but I wish the member who stood in this house to regurgitate everything that was said in the lower house would give me an opportunity to speak, Madam President, because you see, unlike them, we can present our original independent thought. Madam President, yes, I am very uncomfortable seeing the haste with which we are pursuing this particular matter. And so, Madam President, I would strongly encourage that we fix the legislative gaps that are currently made very obvious as a result of this development,
Senators on the government bench. Senator Brown, you had your 20 minutes plus. Senator Newton and Senator Shaul, I am speaking, Mr. Vice President. You have your time yet to come. Let me hear Senator Zeal
Thank you,
finish.
Madam President. Madam President, you know, I would have perfected the art of studying in the midst of noise, and so I'm not necessarily distracted.
Well, I'm distracted. It's 10:35. I should be in my bed, and they're distracting me, and I'm ruling they're distracting me. And they're distracting the House.
Madam President.
So let's move on, please.
Thank you. Madam President, as I was suggesting, that we should spend the time now creating the legislative framework to treat with the obvious dislocation that will occur as a result of this particular move by the United States to force, and I say force, and I say it without equivocation. Some of us are using very diplomatic terms for what the thing is, as though we are afraid to speak in a democratic state. We are being forced, we're being coerced. And instead of simply lying down and suggesting that we have no cards to play, let us begin to negotiate our position of strength, because we do have something with which we can negotiate. But if I were to listen, Madam President, to the discussion or the dialogue coming from the other side, it appears as if we have nothing to offer. It as if we have no position to stand on. Quite the contrary, Madam President. Madam President, my colleague mentioned that there is the absence of a negotiating framework, and I'm inclined to agree with my colleague that the resolution as it is presented, Madam President, outlines a set of broad principles which the government intends to take into consideration in the process of negotiating with the United States. But in fact, that is not enough, Madam President, and what we would advise is that there be a proper negotiating framework to guide that. Now, when I examine the package in front of me that we received this morning, Madam President, I note that attached to this were two operational procedures, draft operational procedures document, one from Antigua, one from the United States. And it tells me that that matter remains in limbo. It has not been concluded as yet. The question I have here this evening, Madam President, is where once this House would have passed the resolution in front of us and allow the government to proceed with the process of negotiations, what guarantees do we have that those provisions that will be in the final agreement would once again come back for ratification by the House? And I think that that, Madam President, is not present, and I think that that is the way we should proceed. That there should be some obligation placed on the government to come back to the House, Madam President, with the final details of the operational procedures that will eventually bind Antigua and Barbuda as it relates to this particular issue. Madam President, you know, it's also instructive that for a matter that seems to be affecting so many of our CARICOM nations, that at this, even up to this stage, there has not been a unified CARICOM position on this issue. And I am beginning to worry, Madam President, about the real strength of CARICOM and about the principles it continues to advance as it relates to regional cooperation and unity across our CARICOM member states. Because I believe a matter such as this should have propelled us to arrive at a single CARICOM position, perhaps even with a single negotiating team from CARICOM, which would further strengthen our position in light of these negotiations. So it would be remiss of me, Madam President, if I did not say that. You see, Madam President, at the end of the day, whatever decisions this government makes, we all must live with it. And that is what I want the members on the other side to understand. You don't understand your responsibility to the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. And that is why we treat sometimes with such grave issues in such a flippant manner. Because if we had any respect for the people of Antigua and Barbuda and the dignity of the people of Antigua and Barbuda, we would be more sober in our approach to matters of such great importance. Madam President, you know, it's interesting that the members on the other side keeps talking about what the United Progressive Party has done to seek to educate and invite public dialogue on this issue. Yet they have done none. Yet they have done absolutely nothing. So when you stand here and suggest that you have the moral authority to tell us how to engage the public, then perhaps you should try to figure out how you can begin to do so. Madam President, at the end of the day, Madam President, this issue is one that any government, be it a United Progressive Party government or an Antigua Labour Party government, I'm sure, would have to contend with. But I can almost guarantee you, Madam President, that the approach would have been vastly different. Because, you see, we are an organization that believes in people first. We are an organization that believes in public education. We are an organization that believes that we cannot be a rogue entity and that we must always be accountable to the people of Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. So while we are not rejecting this resolution, Madam President, it is important to show the shortcomings, to show the disingenuous nature of this particular government as it relates to this issue. Coming here and talking about that they're the most responsible. Give me a break, man. This thing has been in the public domain for so long. And almost a year later, it's now we're having discussion on a resolution. Madam President, if it pleases you, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a presentation on this very important resolution. Thank you very much.
Senator Hughes.
Don't worry about me on the election, man.
Senator Azil, your presentation is ended.
My apologies, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam President.
Senator Hughes, don't start yet. Have a seat. Senator Hughes.
Madam President, thank you very much. And who the God wants to destroy first confuses. Madam President, you know, I've sat here and let me admit that the only aspect of the lower house during the last sitting that I really paid any attention to was the resolution and the debate on the resolution in that house. And, Madam President, as I listened to elected member after elected member speak, it was as if everyone would have come to Mecca to pay homage. And one of the things that I recognized that happened in the House was that our foreign minister, who would have been charged charged with this responsibility because it's an issue of foreign affairs. The only thing that he could do is to praise the Prime Minister for leading the discussion. Right? And what bothered me there, Madam President? What bothered me there? What bothers me there, Madam President, was the mere fact that I would have felt, and I was looking for more substance in his presentation. The Prime Minister, yes, might have been given directives because he who wears the crown carries the headache.
You have no confidence in him.
Right? So the Prime Minister, Madam President, you're the Prime Minister, I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Prime Minister, this is the latest development. And in saying this is the latest development, okay, this is how I want our foreign policy to be directed. Right? This is how I want, because I'm Prime Minister. You're coming to tell the Prime Minister, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, this is the position. But that was not the case. What I saw was a situation as if anything go wrong, a he and a me. No, I'm going to, Madam President, the resolution.
How is that relevant to the resolution before us? Deal with the resolution. Deal with the words on the paper.
Madam President, I hear people talking all over the globe this evening on this very resolution. All over the globe they went. And I'm saying that I expected to get a lot more because this is an issue of foreign affairs. And I wanted to hear, I heard from the Attorney General. I listened to the Honorable Attorney General, and he presented the government's legal position at the time. The government's legal position, the protection of the Constitution, everything he presented and laid out a legal argument that regardless of how this third country deportee situation end up, the Constitution, the constitutional rights, the human rights, all the rights that are enshrined as a sovereign nation will be protected. The individual, whoever they are, who's brought to Antigua, their rights also will be protected. But the foreign minister basically said the Prime Minister led from in front. Now, Madam President, I was just presented, and please accept it, and I recognize they might have missed or placed a document but think that I had the document. I was just given this document this evening with all of the things.
You said this document, what is it that you're saying this document
I was given
is?
the document with all the MOUs signed, just about an hour ago.
Unsigned?
Not unsigned, sorry. All the MOUs and different proposals. But, Madam President, I am moving forward in this discussion. And I heard the members on the other side speaking about what should have happened. Let me tell you what I think should have happened. What I think should have happened, if you're looking for bipartisan support, is that the senior ambassador, Sir Ron Sanders, would have asked for a parliamentary subcommittee of all political parties and interest groups. And we come here and you outline what is on the table. And everybody would have, Madam President, given an opinion And we bounce it out by brainstorming the leadership of all the various groups. That's the stage one. We want all the senators, don't want senators. This is leader talk, big people talking. Leader for you, with your foreign person responsible for foreign affairs in your party, the foreign affairs minister, the prime minister, the Barbuda Council, chairman, representative. Those are the leadership groups of different political parties to start the dialogue. And then you come out of that with an understanding. The principles that you'd like to have as national principles, because every country must have a set foreign relations or foreign affairs policy, foreign policy. So we're now engaging. The U.S. is asking us to take third country deportees. This is what it is. This is the cards that we have on the table. Okay? So you outline, just like in COVID, Madam President. During COVID, we at the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union were invited to be part of the Economic Recovery Committee. I sat on 2 committees. I sat on the Tourism Committee with, I said, we at the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union. Madam President, I sat with the Tourism Committee. I gave them my recommendation. I sat on the Labor Relations Committee with the late Dr. Austin Josiah, the Minister of Labor, the Honorable Stedward Cutie Benjamin, and other stakeholders in labor. Just like with tourism, I sat on those 2 recovery committees. Senator Messiah, former Senator Messiah, was on the National Economic Committee with the Prime Minister, Dr. Court, and so on. And when we were completed with the protocols, because we met online, we decided how we were going to implement the protocol. That is how organization and real people operated. That's how it should have been done. We are all senators in this parliament, Madam President. This issue began before our parliamentary life began in this house. Before I became back a senator, Madam President, this issue began. Most of the members on that side, on the government side, this issue began. I believe, if I stand corrected, Madam President, the only senators who were in this honorable house when this issue began would have been the leader of government business, yourself, Senator Shaul, Senator O'Neill, on that side, along with the member for Barbuda. And Senator Kirwan came in the latter part of the term. But every single person that is defending this issue, outside of those individuals who some are yet to speak, not rabble-rousing in the background, they're yet to speak on the issue. Because if they speak, they themselves would have seen, and if they're honest with this parliament, they would admit that they saw the white paper like the rest of the country. Same time. They saw the MOU in the newspaper like the rest of the country. Because what? Because what? And you are sitting government, we're in the opposition, but you seen it at the same time as us, so what difference you make? What difference you make at the table? What difference you're making in this debate? What difference? But you know what? You come with the chorus, but you don't know the first verse of the hymn. You come with the chorus, but you don't know the first verse of the hymn. So you're just singing the chorus. You're just singing the chorus that you're given. And that's the reality. But Madam President, let me say this. Just like we debated earlier this evening, the whole question of the citizenship by investment is the same road we're going with this third party, third country national. Same road we're going. Because what? We are going up against a Goliath, and we're the David without the sling and the stone, because we didn't set our house in order. Our house is not in order. And what is happening here is that, look, the Prime Minister, I listened to him carefully. He said that, look, one of the arrangements is that we're not going to, I think the American government at the time they were meeting in the House gave an assurance somehow, either by a diplomatic note or something of that nature, and I stand to be corrected, Madam President, that there will be no criminal elements coming to Antigua and Barbuda. He said that in Parliament, and the Hands Act would show you that. I listened carefully to the Prime Minister's presentation. I listened carefully. But you know what, Madam President? It's not about criminal elements for me, you know. It's not about criminal elements, Madam President. No. Madam President, for me, this issue is about relocating individuals into societies that they may not be comfortable in. They have no attachment, no affinity. I read the other day, Madam President, I think it was in the Jamaica Observer, where the foreign minister of Jamaica was saying that there are 2 Jamaicans that were sent to somewhere in Africa. Don't remember where. Eswatini, you read it too. And Jamaica is trying to get them back, but they don't land in the motherland, so they don't want to leave. They don't land in the motherland, the rock of the motherland. And they prepared, they're not going back to Jamaica for no reason, because they don't have nothing in Jamaica. So they're staying there, and they're trying to work their way back to America. That is the essence of that article. The question that we should be asking ourselves in this honorable House, Madam President, is not about criminals. We shouldn't be talking about criminals and whatnot. What we should be asking ourselves is what safeguards are in place for these individuals that are coming. CARICOM is divided on the issue. The government may get a $60,000–70,000 US to resettle these individuals. Where are they going to stay? Where's government? What provisions? I expected to hear from the senators that, look, the government is already making provisions. Our policy position, our position right now is that we're going to accept 6 of them in the first year or 10. This we've already started to look at housing and whether they're coming that we're taking families or we're taking individuals and whatnot. I am not hearing that sense of debate from the other side. This, for me, Madam President, is not a negotiation as to who, what, where, how, when, you know. This is basically when. This is when. We are at when now. Because the who has been decided. The what has been decided. The where has been decided. So we're at the when now. When? You want me to tell you who? Third-party nationals. They're coming. So there's not a question. They're coming. If they weren't coming, we would not be debating this in Parliament. We would not be here. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. Who? Who is coming? Where? Antigua. That's where they're coming. So the third-party nationals coming to Antigua. What? The country going to get a few dollars for it.
Senator, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. And when is where we're going to decide? Where they're going to live? Are they going to be relocated to rural North, Hodges Bay? Are they going to be relocated to Boobialian Point? Is that where we're going to put them? That's the question, the big question and the elephant in the room, because the Prime Minister has basically said it. It's numbers we are arguing about. How much? It's how much. So while senators on the other side are coming to the House and debating and talking about X, Y, and Z, all those are finished negotiating points. Madam President, wrapping up. Those are finished negotiating points. So let's stop wasting our time debating what has already been decided and start a plan as to how we're going to accommodate, or tell us how the accommodation is going to be for these individuals. Right? Tell us what's our accommodation. Because, Madam President, these persons are human beings that are coming. They have rights. They have rights. And in winding up, I want to say that once they land in Antigua and Barbuda, they have lawful rights and constitutional rights that they may not have had in the United States, in a different category. So when they land here and you try to prevent the freedom of movement, you may end up with constitutional challenges. And those are issues that we must start to discuss, Madam President. And with those few points, Madam President, and those issues that I've raised, I trust that the members who are going to speak on the other side may have the information to assist us, and to assist the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, because the Senate, Madam President, the Senate is supposed to be the body that stands above the fray and review and ask the hard questions, regardless of who is offended by it. And I am here, I'm just saying, in closing again, Madam President, the issue of who, what, where, when, those W's, right? The why, you want the why too? Those W's, Madam President, are already answered in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's going next? Senator St. Louis.
Sorry, I'm going to be very fast, so don't worry. Thank you, Madam President. As I said, I'm going to be very, very quick. One comment keeps coming up, and I 100% agree with it. Before I get to that comment, though, I just want to point out something that's in the language of the document that we're supposed to be debating on. And it says very clearly, and again, I'm going quickly here, hold on, okay, Section 10. All right. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to engage, to continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America. My understanding from this document, it's showing us a basic framework for negotiations. And my understanding of negotiations are they're not fixed. It's a back and forth conversation. And even in the white paper, it pointed out to us that they've been going back and forth. And so I get the impression that, and I think it was said in the lower house by the Honorable Prime Minister, that what they're trying to do by bringing this to the Parliament is so that it can now be put into history that this moment is taking place, so that there's no misinformation or misrepresentation. But the reality is, and if we all understand some basics of foreign affairs and negotiations, it was an ongoing situation. Another thing we need to understand, that the United States actually approached over 50 countries about this. They've been actually talking to countries. It's in the news for everyone to see since the beginning of 2025. The Trump administration made it very clear even before they became the administration in power that this is something they were going to pursue as part of their enhanced and more robust immigration laws. Right? So nothing here should be a surprise to anybody, because if we were reading more than Facebook and we're paying attention to international news, we would have known this sort of thing was going to come our way at some point. Again, over 50 countries, right? Not just Antigua. And I've heard people, especially from the other side, I'm not going to say it today, trying to come up for all sorts of reasons why we are one of the countries that they have approached. By the way, all 50-something countries did not say yes. All 50-something did not say yes. And all of those that say yes are, well, many of them are actively still in negotiations. Some of them have actually negotiated, came to agreements, and they've just been sitting for months and they haven't received a single person. So, yes. And by the way, the whole concept of countries working together to help minimize or manage another country's immigration burden is not a new concept. It's been going on for many decades. It's been going on around the world. It may not look exactly like this situation now under this administration, right? It won't be nothing, no two things are going to be exact. But the EU has been dealing with this, Israel, Canada, Australia. Again, the concept of countries being asked to help another country handle its immigration burden is not new. It is not new. So let's not make it more than what it is. And the reality is, all of us know that the United States have taken a certain policy. They have beefed up immigration. It is said almost daily by them in their headlines and in official communications with the world that they want to deport a certain amount of people daily, weekly, monthly, right? And we're part of the world. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't know what that is. It's just blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at you, Madam President. Please not be offended that I turned and was distracted for a minute. Not even a minute. Anyway, what I wanted to go on to say, and I want us to understand the timeline of these approaches, of these negotiations, because again, I want people not to think we are being bullied or picked on or singled out when you look at the whole world. Early 2025, they started to speak to Central America. By the middle of 2025, they were talking to African countries. By late 2025, they started talking to Caribbean countries, okay? So, again, but another thing I want to point out too, because as we keep talking about deportees and criminals, I'm so happy that the senator to my right, Senator O'Neill, actually pointed out something. It's a very small percentage of these third country deportees are considered violent criminals. The U.S. has been very clear, and even in this honorable House it's been discussed, and even in the public domain it's been discussed that when they say criminals committing a crime, most of the times the crime is an immigration violation. Now, if we're paying attention to the news, we'll recognize something. And I can understand why people are somewhat concerned and why there's so much misinformation floating around in our spaces, because you know what? As Antiguans, it is very hard for us to fully comprehend what is happening up there in the north, because it is a very foreign concept to us to look at an individual who's been living in a country for 20, 30, 40 years, paying taxes, builds a family, a home, a life, has a job, has a career, maybe even start a business. It's a foreign concept for us in the Caribbean to suddenly turn around and say to that person, your paperwork's not in order, so you got to go. It is a foreign concept. So it will cause a lot of anxiety because we don't understand it, because we're not made that way. We are a friendly country. We're not like that. And we need to understand something. And I deliberately just said what I said about the type of people they are, persons who've been living in the U.S. for 30, 40 years, because I want us to remember that compassionate side of us, of Antiguans and Barbudans, when we're saying these things, because I've seen things coming from the other side in the public domain, questioning, are these people dangerous? Should we be scared? Are they Muslims? All of this. Listen, these people have families, they have spouses, they have children, they have communities that love them, and they're researching, trying to understand where their loved one may end up. Now imagine you're doing a search and you come across the rhetoric coming out of these countries. We're supposed to be friendly nations, welcoming, friends of all, enemies of none. I will ask that we be careful what we say in the public, because the public is paying attention, especially now because the Caribbean is in the crosshairs. People are paying attention to what we are saying. Anyway, Madam Speaker, it's very late, so that concludes my contribution to this part of the debate.
Senator Rain.
Madam President, good evening.
Good night. Not evening anymore.
Well, it's almost morning. Madam President, when this resolution was moved earlier by the Leader of Government Business, I had the privilege to second it and reserve the right to speak. Madam President, I'm now exercising that right and to lend my voice to this resolution. Madam President, I've worked in the media for almost 30 years, and I would have come across a number of individuals. One such individual, they will call you to give you a story, but they don't want to remain anonymous. They want you to know who they are. But they'll give it a story with the intention of you writing a story and quote from a reliable source. But the same individual who gave it a story doesn't want to be named. You'll hear those same individuals on the media saying a completely total different story. So they say one thing when they're not being named and say another thing. What they're doing? They're singing to the audience. And that's exactly what I gathered when I listened to some of the members on the other side. They're singing to the audience. The real essence of this, Madam President, and I must pause here, and I must give credit and commendation to the Honorable Prime Minister for bringing this white paper to the public. It shows transparency. And there's no record to show that any other leader in this past would have done such. And I think that should be commended, Madam President. None at all. Madam President, a lot of fear-mongering is taking place. I just listened to the leader of the minority leader, and it was by listening to him, you ever did no better, I would be afraid, so I can only imagine the general public. What we are seeking here, Madam President, yes, the United States is a sovereign country, and they have all right to deport whosoever they want. So, Antigua and Barbuda also, we are a sovereign country. So we should have that right as well to say who enter our shores. But at the same time, we know the might of the great United States. So what we say? A proposal come forward as a respectable and accountable government. What we do? We say we listen. We want to exhaust all diplomatic means to make sure we get the best for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And by such, although the leader of the minority says that the three W's, he already knows who's coming, as a matter of fact, of where and when, if I got it right. That's the point I'm making, Madam President, is that it's still in negotiation. We don't know what the end result might be. It might very well be that none at all come to Antigua. How to say that any will come to Antigua at all? There's also that possibility that we also have to look at. But in the event that they decide to deport some to Antigua and Barbuda, what we are saying that Antigua should not be the stamping ground of criminal elements. We do not have the capacity for these individuals. Yes, I agree, based on records, that majority of the deportees, as illustrated or highlighted by Senator O'Neill, is a very low percentage of them that might have criminal records. And also highlighted by Senator St. Louis, that at the end of the day, Madam President, some of these individuals might just simply commit simple immigration violations, right? Some of these individuals also might be individuals also that perhaps don't even have no documents of where they came from in the first place. Senator Minority alluded to Jamaica, where 2 Jamaicans were deported to an African nation. And when the Jamaican Foreign Ministry decided they wanted to see if they can bring them to Jamaica, they said, no, they're not coming home. That simply tells me that those 2 individuals are not criminals. I don't think Jamaica would go and reach out to 2 Jamaicans that were deported to Africa with criminal records. They don't want that, because just today I was watching something, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, he was praising the fact that crime in Jamaica is decreasing. And it's a good sign for them that it enhanced their tourism product to the point now where they're now trying to build out their sports facility, because they're hoping to host the 2031 FIFA Women's World Cup. So he's hoping that the crime situation continues to dip. So the point I'm trying to make here, Madam President, is that the government is negotiating in the best interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. The reality of the situation that you have to come to the table. Well, but the beauty about that, you all had a consultation, did you? I would have hoped also that you would have come here and speak to the findings of your consultation, because you had a consultation and say what the findings were. So but you conducted one. So the point I'm trying to make is that at the end of the day, still, if you one party say you're for one point, but at the same time, the argument almost sounds like you're against. What exactly? That's the point I'm trying to make. What the solution? What came out of the consultation that you all had?
Bring to this honorable house.
I'm not. If you answer what I'm saying, I know you know what I'm saying.
No, we didn't say
that's what came out. That came out of the consultation. Madam President. Like I said earlier, this is about the sovereignty of Antigua and Barbuda, right? Preserving our sovereignty. We also demonstrate transparency. The fact that this thing has been out there in the public domain for however long. We just heard Senator Santos notify the fact that it's just December last year when the Caribbean islands were approached with this proposal. Am I right, Senator Santos? Exactly. So if that's the case, it's just last December that the Caribbean islands were approached. When do we expect to get this information? The government has been negotiating, and if you're negotiating, you don't exactly need to put all the cards out in the public to say what you're saying. But at the end of the day, the government came and presented the white paper, or resolution, and the white paper to frame exactly what the government is doing. Madam President, the United States, perhaps, is our biggest ally in terms of dependency. Of course, it depends on the United States in further trade and, of course, tourism. We just saw the big hoopla when General British decided they're going to change their operation model and decide to capitalize on the Florida market left vacant by Spirit Airlines. We see exactly how people are responding. Notwithstanding that, Madam President, the government decides that we are going to sit down and negotiate. Negotiate in the best interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And I believe to myself, because I always think of the glass being half full rather than half empty. I believe, based on what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, and the confidence that I have in the leadership of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party that will get the best result of what will benefit the people of Antigua and Barbuda. The senator from Barbuda, he said we need God's presence. We did get God's presence on April 30th.
Yes.
Because God would have seen what is coming. That's the reason why he would have put the government in place. You need to put a government in place that would be able to traverse these choppy waters. Can you imagine if the UPP was in power during these situations?
And Pringle. And
Well, I can't even imagine that. Because when I imagine that, I'm going back to 2004 to 2014, the darkest days ever in the history of Antigua and Barbuda. When the President of the Senate, even before you, Madam President, what you said on the Antigua Labour Party, what is it called? But Antiguans are 2 and 3 jobs. No on the UPP what? I'm not sure to hear the famous saying every time, Antigua gone.
Plenty entrepreneurs right now.
Exactly. So, Madam President, I'm not going to stay too long, other than to emphasize the fact that Antigua and Barbuda must never become a dumping ground for criminals, and the government is committed to negotiating using all possible diplomatic means to ensure that the best is there for Antigua and Barbuda, the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Like I said, we do not have the capacity. We do not have the resources. And yes, it was alluded in El Salvador. They send hardened criminals to El Salvador, paying $6 million. I don't know if it's $6 million per individual or $6 million overall. So there's also negotiating in that aspect as well for some monetary contribution, just to answer the question that the leader of the minority would have stated. So when they negotiate that aspect of it, then you would have the financial resources to lay out these plans as a whole, they will be accommodated, etc., and how they will be brought into and settled into our society. Madam President. Madam President, negotiations are ongoing. They are ongoing. Negotiations are ongoing. Yes, yes. This is not the MOU is not a binding document. The negotiations is ongoing. And you know that.
You all want to run the show.
You know, negotiations is ongoing. You said, Madam President, they're saying, what is the rush? What is the rush? There's no rush. We're taking our time and negotiate for the best possible outcome for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And that's exactly what we are doing. So, Madam President, with those few words, I know it's almost midnight. I know it's almost midnight, Madam President. So for those reasons, I want to reaffirm my support for this resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Newton.
Madam President, I am going to be brief and extremely brief too. Yeah. Madam President, I want to just refer to number 3 of the white paper, which in some way reflects what the MOU is stating, right? Unlike what Senator Parker was trying to make the point in her presentation that the documents are so different. No, I'm not after you. I'm just going based on what you said. That the documents are so different, right? In number 3, section 3 of the white paper, second paragraph, it states that the memorandum of understanding is expressly non-binding. Non-binding. So we have to first establish that, right? We move on now. Let me just quickly jump down to
the paragraph after that. The Memorandum of Understanding also provides that before any transfer, the United States intends to provide biographical, medical, and criminal documentation to the extent available and permitted by law. It further affirms that all action taken under it should conform with the international legal obligation of both governments, including refugee law, the Convention Against Torture, and the principle of non-refoulement. Defaultment. Thank you for the correction in pronunciation. I'm going to jump to the other paragraph quickly, in the interest of time. Following signature of the Memorandum of Understanding, the United States transmitted a series of draft operating procedures intended to put the arrangement into practical effect. Those drafts evolved over time. In general, however, they proposed a more programmatic arrangement than that reflected in the MOU itself. They introduced monthly numerical ceilings, broadened the categories of eligible persons, proposed compressed timelines for notifications and approval, relied on documentation only if available or known to the United States, and left key issues of funding, legal status, settlement, onward movement, and return responsibility unresolved. Right? Now this is where I want to go to now. In response, Antigua and Barbuda identified material concerns and made it clear that no, operative word, no operational arrangements could responsibly proceed unless those concerns were addressed in writing and under terms consistent with the country's size, capacity, laws, and national interests. The white paper. Right? Hold on. The both documents are similar. Right? What we are saying as a nation is that we are not entering into any agreement. None. Just like Senator Rain made the point, the negotiations are ongoing. We are not entering into any agreement until we are satisfied. Until we are satisfied. And here what, listen, to show or to demonstrate how responsible we are saying that we need these in writing. It's not a word of mouth. Right? We're not accepting anybody until we have ironed out all these kinks, and we need it in writing. So when you're going to have senators on the other side, again with their natural MO, trying to mislead the public. Senator O'Neill, Shaquan O'Neill, you made a point earlier, fear-mongering and trying to instill fear in the people that we are going to be just accepting criminals.
Madam President, on a point of order. Madam President, members on the other side have been repeatedly
What did he say?
imputing improper motive, Madam President, to
to-
suggest that members on this side are engaging in action that for the sole purpose of misleading the House and misleading the public because we have a difference of opinion on how something is stated or how it is interpreted. Madam President, I think we're playing fast and loose with the term, and that it is not proper for the continuation of that kind of language to be used
What did you say?
in our presentation.
What did you say, Senator
Can
Newsom?
I continue?
I asked you, where say?
I said...
Stand up.
Sorry, Madam President. Madam President, I said, and I'm going to say it categorically, that members on the other side said that it's a done deal. The leader of the minority leader, said it's a done deal.
That's not what you said.
He said it's just a matter of where, when, and how. Or why, sorry. He said it's a done deal. He said that.
Hold on. I know it's late, everybody thirsty, want some food. Can you all hush, please?
Not me, I didn't say that. He said that.
And we say it's misleading.
It is misleading, Madam President.
Is that the last statement you said before the objection?
I said members and
Is
the
that
others.
the last statement you said before the objection?
Yes,
You
Madam
referenced what Senator O'Neill said in respect of the fear-mongering.
Yes, because
Isn't that the last statement
Yes,
that you
Madam
made?
President.
And what did you say about the fear-mongering?
So the members from the other side are giving the impression that this is already a done deal, while we are still in negotiations. The minority leader said it's a done deal. He said so. You said so. Be a man about it and admit that you said it.
Madam
Because
President,
it's not a done deal.
Madam President,
It's
I would
not-
not have stood up on a point of order had the
What
good
did you,
senator,
What did you hear, Senator?
the
Zia?
good senator said quite emphatically that members on this other side, sorry, are misleading, continuing to mislead, and that they've been doing so all day.
So isn't that misinformation?
You know, let me tell you all, I heard something different to what things said, but I'm going to chop it down to the fact that everybody's tired. Every time you come on and think, me rule, me make a statement, and when we done, it done. Because I don't think we're understanding the Queen's English in here at all today. Whole day. Still hearing Senator Parker whispering, "Stop it," when I'm speaking. Whole day saying the same thing. I'm tired. I really am. Senator Newton, can you rephrase your statement, please?
Okay. Okay, Madam President. Madam President, can you just allow me?
I said, rephrase your statement.
I'm doing that, Madam President. I'm doing that. But in doing that, I want to go back to something that happened earlier when the minority leader said, because I wrote it down, we all know how the U.S. operates. They don't ask you anything, they tell you what they want. Stop giving the public the impression that we don't have a say in the negotiations. We have a say in the negotiations. Madam President, I'm rephrasing my statement as you asked me to do. I'm rephrasing the statement. I am saying, through you, Madam President, to the minority leader and the members on the other side, this matter is still in the negotiation stage. Okay, here you go now. Say it and say it now. Okay? Madam President, I want to refer, because I realize you're tired, I'm going to just jump forward quickly. When we hear persons trying to give the impression that we are going to be accepting criminals, right? Let me give you an example. We have just seen the conclusion of the FIFA World Cup just the other day. At the beginning of the World Cup games, Madam President, there was a referee and he was denied entry into the U.S. You know why? Simply because he was a Sudanese, came from Sudan. And he was denied entry, had no criminal record, even though the government of Sudan, FIFA, themselves wrote letters stating that the man had no criminal history, has never even been arrested. The point I'm trying to make here, or the point we are trying to make here, that we'll have these cases, and these are the individuals that we are saying we are willing to negotiate for these type of individuals. You want me to give another case? There was a young boy, a little boy, I have it here. What's his name? Liam Ramos. Young little boy, 5 years old. Went home from school one day. ICE was there. Detained the poor little boy, poor little child, traumatized, to get to the parents. Now, what we're saying, again, people with no criminal history may have infractions because of immigration issues, but no criminal history. And we're saying that, fine, we find ourselves in a position where we're negotiating with the U.S., and we are willing and prepared to negotiate and to probably accept these types of individuals. But no, it is not for no money. It is nowhere in the document it says for money. Right? Where in the document it says for money. We are saying that we are prepared. Because you all said it earlier now. We had no cards now. You all said it earlier. We had no cards.
You know, Senator, if you start addressing the chair,
sorry, Madam President.
probably wouldn't have the
yes,
issues that
sorry,
we've
Madam
been
President. I agree. I am sorry. Madam President, they said earlier we had no cards on which to negotiate. And, Madam President, as a sovereign country, okay, we have the right to enter into the negotiations with the U.S. Listen, I know what I heard, and he said so. Senator Hughes said so. And I'm not going to withdraw it. Senator Hughes said
Madam
so
President,
earlier.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order. Because I'm very, 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 very careful with my tone and words. Do not attribute words to me. The member is attributing words to me that I never expounded in this House.
You said so.
Right? Never expounded. At no point in my discussion have I ever used the term cards. I said it's a matter of who, where, when, how, and I went into the W's.
And it's a done deal.
So where does that say I use cards?
You used it earlier.
Where did I use cards? Come on, man. Be fair. If you don't have much to say, stop referring to people's comments and use your own, debate the bill, debate the motion.
Okay, Senator.
Man, come on.
Madam President, just to alleviate the fears of the people, which they try to disseminate in the public, I'm going to wrap up now, Madam President, and I want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to know that this is not a done deal. And the Prime Minister has made it clear that we are willing to negotiate. We have heard the statements from our good ambassador, Sir Ron Sanders, that he will continue to take instructions from the Prime Minister. Because, of course, the Prime Minister must lead this charge. The Prime Minister must lead this charge. No matter how much they try to downplay Minister of Foreign Affairs or not, the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister, and he must lead this charge. Okay? I'm not intimidated by any one of them, Madam President. Pardon, I know what I heard now. Oh. Right? And Madam President, I just want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to understand that we will continue to negotiate in their best interests. Right? We understand what is at stake. That's why we are in government. That's why the people of Antigua and Barbuda elected the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. Okay? Because they too understand who is the most suitable, most competent, and most capable of managing the country and managing their affairs. Okay? Madam President, if it pleases you, I will now take my seat.
Yeah, Senator Warner. Senator Warner, you have 20 minutes max.
Pardon? Pardon, Madam President?
You have 20 minutes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Madam President. Good night. It's not yet morning. Well, good morning soon in advance. I rise to make my contribution to the resolution being debated before this honorable House, Madam President. And Madam President, I think it is so important for us to really just acknowledge this is a matter of serious national importance, and as has been expounded upon by so many of the other previous speakers. But Madam President, I don't intend to be long. So I'm just going to expound upon a few different points, Madam President. First of all, I want to start with this issue. The issue of trust, and that we should be trusting the people who are negotiating on our behalf. I believe Senator Rain would have mentioned the trust issue, that we need to put our trust in this administration. I believe Senator Brown would have mentioned that. I don't want to attribute anything to somebody who didn't say it, you know. So if you didn't say we should trust, you can just let me know. But I believe most of you would have said we're supposed to trust and just believe and rest easy that this current administration, as Senator Lamar Newton would have just mentioned, is so skilled, so competent at negotiating. And he's nodding his head saying, yes, Madam President, because we need to put our full faith in this negotiation. Madam President, I am reminded, listening to them sing the chorus, but I can't remember, what is it, Senator Hughes? The verse of the hymn? They sing in the chorus. They know the chorus, but they don't remember the first verse of the hymn. As all of them sang the chorus of trust the negotiator. Trust the negotiator, Madam President. I am reminded of the Prime Minister's recent interview on ABS that went viral in his office, Madam President, where the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda said to this nation that he and his administration, note that, he as Prime Minister and his administration, they are too skilled, they are too competent. Too skilled and too competent. The same chorus spewed again by several of the members, most recently Senator Newton. They're too skilled and too competent for any visa restrictions to be placed on passport hold Antiguans and Barbudans who have their passports here by the United States of America, for any visa restrictions to be placed on them. Madam President, the most skillful, the most competent, some of them will call him, I don't even know all the names they come up for him. I can't keep track. But at the same time, days after the Prime Minister made that declaration of skillfulness and competency, exactly what he told us to rest assured would not happen, happened. And in the most extreme measure of all the countries, Madam President, it is acknowledged that there were dozens of countries on that list of visa restrictions. But guess what, Madam President? Antigua and Barbuda, which in the CARICOM region, got the worst of the visa restrictions.
Madam President, point of order.
Senator.
Madam President, point of order.
Yeah, here's Senator Shaw.
Okay.
I was speaking to the senator before you stood up.
Oh, okay.
Can you ask your colleagues to use their inside voice? Please, because they don't hear me. I speak dialect. I speak the standard English that we're supposed to be speaking in here. They don't hear me. So maybe they'll hear you because you're a member of their bench and you're their colleague. Tell them to use their inside voice when they're speaking to each other. And the rules say that you're not supposed to be disrupting or speaking across to the effect that you're disrupting. And I've been saying so all day, from the time we sit on here, what time we came in here? 10:30 something, right? I've been saying the same thing over and over. Can you please admonish them to stop at this late hour in the day? Senator Shaw, what is your point of order?
Madam President, I would like the Honorable Jonathan Wenner to explain to this Honorable House where he got his information from that Antigua got it the worst of all the countries with visa restrictions. You said that.
Well, that's what he said, sir. So repeat what you said.
Madam
what you're
President,
trying to tell us.
I will repeat what I said, and I'm going to make sure I speak to you. And if I raise my voice, it's because I want to hear myself and not be interrupted
talking about you. I
by
talking about
chorus
your
singers.
colleagues.
What I said just now, Madam President, was this. I said the Prime Minister said he was too skilled and too competent for any visa restrictions to befall Antigua and Barbudans. And I said days after he announced that, Antigua and Barbuda got visa restrictions from the US. And I went further to say, Madam President, that amongst the CARICOM region, some people sleeping, man. They sleeping. I said amongst the CARICOM region, meaning, for those who can't understand acronyms at this hour of the night, it's a Caribbean community I'm talking about, not all the countries on the list.
Madam President, Madam President.
So, Madam President, amongst those countries within the Caribbean region, Antigua and Barbuda and Dominica used to have 10 years 10 years multiple entry visas, and now we're reduced to 3 months single entry. They can't dispute that, Madam President. And Madam President,
Hold on. I am trying to rule on the point of order. You're continuing, and I'm still hearing the noise over here. I've been shouting all day. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to take 2 days off. I'm saying to you that that is not what you said initially. You now bring in Dominica, but you didn't mention it before. You need to listen to yourself as well. You said the worst of CARICOM. You didn't say among the worst. You said Antigua and Barbuda was the worst in CARICOM. Okay, that is what we're trying to bring your attention to.
No problem.
Okay, so you're now saying Dominica had a similar consequence to us?
So, Madam President, I'm corrected. Antigua and Barbuda did not cross the finish line first alone. We tied for first with the worst visa restrictions with the Commonwealth of Dominica. I stand corrected. We are tied for first place for the worst visa restrictions.
Point of order again, Madam President. He has no proof of that, Madam President. Again, he has no proof of that.
Are you saying, Senator Shaw, that Dominica doesn't have the restriction, the same restriction as Antigua?
Madam President, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying to you, you cannot say they got the worst.
Prove that he said, Senator Wenner, continue. Too late for this. Continue. Senator Wenner, continue. It's too late for this.
Madam President, some people itchy. But anyway, as I continue...
No, it's not itchy thing. It's you need to continue.
No, yes, and I will continue, Madam President, for the benefit of the public, because I know there's a lot of crosstalk and I don't want anybody to miss anything. I said very clearly, Antigua and Barbuda, after the Prime Minister told us to rest easy...
Yeah, you're saying that for the third and fourth time. I say move on from the point. Move on from it, sir. Senator.
Very well, Madam President.
You only have 20 minutes and you're losing the time repeating yourself. Move on.
Very well, Madam President. Okay, so these restrictions befall us, and we are looking here at this resolution before this Honorable House, Madam President. That I was making the point that they're saying that we have to trust the persons, the Prime Minister and his administration, who is negotiating, and they say the negotiations are in progress. And they're trying to reassure us of that. So we need to trust them as they negotiate. And I'm making the point, and made the point, that we have no reason to trust them in the negotiations based upon their most recent performance as it relates to foreign policy negotiations. A total, abject failure. Failure, Madam President, unequivocally. And they can't reject that because they set their own bar and they failed horribly to meet that bar. As I continue, Madam President. Now they tell us again to trust the people who are negotiating with the United States of America. And I wanted, these things seem basic, but all this builds confidence and trust in your most competent, most skilled negotiating team. Madam President, the white paper that was circulated with this resolution before this Honorable House, right? It was circulated on July the 2nd. It was released by, I believe it was the Office of the Prime Minister, as well as other different government media houses as well, too, on July the 2nd. However, Madam President, the white paper that was released on July the 2nd is dated July the 9th. of 2026. They couldn't even get the date right, but still, I'm building the case, Madam President. If you wanted to trust that you're the most skilled and most competent, I would believe if you're the most skilled and most competent, you'll be able to at least get the date you're releasing your white paper correct. That's just common sense to me. I continue, Madam President, because the other things...
Madam President, a point of order.
Yes, Senator Brown, what's your point of order?
The repetition, Madam President, and the wasting of time, that is one. And Madam President, the resolution before us and its provisions, this is not a general discussion of past political statements which he continuously repeat, Madam President.
I don't even know what to do with that one, I'm telling you. Hear me? Am I not? I'm not. Senator Brown, I didn't get the last objection, really. I didn't understand it. Something...
I was stating that the resolution and its provisions, based on what we're looking at, is the resolution. This is not a discourse, a discussion of past political statements.
What did he say that suggested that it was a discussion of past political statement?
Madam President, he continuously repeated what the Prime Minister said, his statement about competent. But you have been saying so over and over repeatedly, and that is not a discussion.
And I had asked the good senator to move on, and he moved on to this point.
But he came back with it again, Madam President.
He came back, he brought the point. Oh, my word. He brought the point about...
After you had warned him, Madam President. Sorry.
The date of the paper being different to the date it was released. That was the point that he was on. So I'm not sure I'm following your objection, sir. Senator Weno, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President, guided always, as always, by you. So, on the theme of not being able to see these kind of skills and competencies exhibited in this team, I'm going to go over again to the inconsistencies, because, Madam President, this same team that is most skilled and most competent would have told this nation that they were accepting no more than 10 of these individuals, Madam President, no more than 10. That was mentioned in this white paper. Actually, that is a number that is currently within the white paper. I remember I noted that this white paper was released July the 2nd of this year, well, the same month. However, subsequently in post-cabinet press briefings and also through public utterances from the Prime Minister, and as reported in almost every single media outlet from ABS, Observer, everything you can think of, the government of Antigua and Barbuda, through the Prime Minister and the Director General of Communications, announced that they're willing to accept up to 14 to 16. So that is not consistent with what is in the white paper that we have here today. And that 14 to 16 was published, was publicized after the release of this white paper. So I have to question, what are we working with? What is it? Where is the consistency? Where is the skillfulness and the competency in the negotiation? You're failing the first foreign policy attempt, government side. So I really can't trust you on this side alone. Okay, apart from that, Madam President, I'm continuing. Now, they asked us repeatedly, what are the findings from your consultation? And you had a consultation and they didn't have one on this issue that affects public safety, public health, national security, housing, labor market, labor force, all kind of everything, even things I couldn't even mention, Madam President, are affected by this issue here before this Honorable House. And they didn't even consult one time with the people of Antigua and Barbuda, because we know worth it, unless they're looking for votes. I continue, Madam President. This government, this most skillful and competent team, failed already once, coming back now and telling us, in their own white paper, page 7, they received a series, note the English language, Madam President, you know the importance. They received a series of draft operating procedures from the United States intended to put the arrangement into practical effect, the arrangement being the MOU, signed since December 19th of 2025. I'll come back to that later. Where's the series? I only seen one. And One from the U.S., well, somewhere here. One from the U.S., I don't even have to get to that, that's a waste of time. One from the U.S., I don't even know if that's the most recent one, Madam President. I don't know. Is this dated one? May sometime this year, May of this year? I don't know if that's the most recent draft operating procedure from the United States. So we are here in this honorable House debating a document that we don't even know if that is the current position of one of the two parties involved in these negotiations. You see how damning that is? You're supposed to come and give us the whole series of draft operating procedures presented by the United States of America so we can follow and we can understand. And as we're speaking about documents, Madam President, the MOU, which we were begging for, we had the public consultation. I didn't even finish that point. They asked about the findings. The people there, because remember, Madam President, at that point in time, just about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, just about 2.5 weeks ago, Madam President, we consulted the public of Antigua and Barbuda, and the prevailing opinion was we have no clue what is going on with these negotiations because at that time there was no MOU published, there was no draft operating procedures from the United States published, there was no counter proposal published from the state of Antigua and Barbuda. We were discussing this in the dark, and you wonder if the absence of information would not logically produce people to worry about things because we all follow international news. We are not the ones, Madam President, who come out and go out into the public and say that America is trying to send criminals. It is not us. It was the Secretary of State of the United States of America, Madam President, who from the onset, April 30, 2025, in a post-cabinet briefing within the United States of America, told the nation, told the world, that America's policy is to deport the most despicable human beings, perverts, pedophiles, and child rapists to countries who are willing to do a favor for the government because they were elected to keep America safe. That is what the Secretary of State of the United States said. Not anybody on this side. And we didn't say that they're going to accept that. What we were saying at the time, Madam President, is that in the absence of an MOU, draft operating procedures, and counter proposal, how are we supposed to know if what the Secretary of State of the United States is declaring is what is happening in those documents? Nobody knew. Nobody knew. But you wait until the eve of a debate in the lower house to release the documents then to the members and say, oh, we are transparent and we're accountable. But the MOU was signed since December 19th of 2025. 7 months you had. 7 months. 7 months you had to release the MOU, and you didn't do it once. No matter how many times they tell you they release it to the public, show me where before you release it. You never did. And even the MOU, Madam President, that was released to the MPs and given to us the day of the debate is unsigned. How are we supposed to know if the unsigned MOU copy that we have is the same that was signed by the representative from the United States of America and the representative from the government of Antigua and Barbuda? We have no clue. Madam President, you are an attorney at law, you know the difference. How are you going to do any kind of legal transaction, any kind of mediation, any kind of negotiation, any kind of legal process without signed documents? That's a non-starter. Anybody working in your firm, come and do that. You throw them out. And we're going to run a country like this? Crazy. Trust them. When they can't even, the most skilled and most competent, can't keep us from getting one of the worst visa restrictions. Come on, man. I continue, Madam President. I'm continuing, Madam President. So, I can't sit down. I'm just checking my time.
Oh, you're checking your time? You have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. I just want to say, Madam President, I don't want to sit down without saying this. Because this is not just for Antigua and Barbuda alone. So y'all rest easy, you know, y'all kind of clenched up in them chairs over there. But rest easy. It's not just Antigua and Barbuda alone we're hitting. CARICOM, Madam President, the Caribbean community has failed. The leaders, the heads of government of CARICOM have failed us. Because it is in moments like these CARICOM was established. We in the Caribbean community understand that pool sovereignty is not sovereignty lost, it is sovereignty gained. So when it is that we are going out to negotiate, Madam President, as small island states, as everybody here would have mentioned, with the CBI program, with this third country nationals deportee resolution, and so many other things, we are a small island state with a small economy, etc., etc., and a big, powerful, great United States of America. It is up for us to know, and even Senator St. Luce would have mentioned that this is something that we know is coming from a long time ago. Why is it that CARICOM heads of government could not meet and come to a single coordinated approach? And Madam President, I'm hitting all of them. I'm not asking them to answer for nobody. They don't have them kind of standing, so I don't expect them to be able to answer. I am speaking, Madam President, to our Caribbean community. CARICOM was set up for times like this. It is time for us to come together and coordinate, but we have failed our people by bilaterally going and negotiating with the United States of America. Come to a joint position. If you accept, and negotiate the terms of acceptance as a Caribbean community. If you reject and accept the consequences of your rejection as a Caribbean community. Madam President, I continue. Nothing worse being done is ever easy. Nothing. I continue, Madam President. I can't hear myself when I'm chatting. Now, Madam President, I want to go over to the white paper now as it relates to criminal records and medical records, right? Criminal records and medical records. The white paper, I don't have time to find it now, but it says that the United States will only submit those criminal and medical records to the extent known or available to the United States of America. To the extent known or available. That is extremely important when you're talking about third country nationals. If you're only dealing with the United States of America's records with people who do not originate from the United States of America, I don't think I need to explain anymore the potential gaps in information for your medical and criminal records. If you're only getting information known or available to the United States of America and not including the country of origin or birth of these TCN deportees, we are accepting. These are gaps who need to be filled, Madam President. And none of them can come and give no answer to those kind of questions, Madam President. Madam President, as I continue, Madam President, these people,
1 minute.
These people who call themselves so skilled and so competent are also trying to tell us, Madam President, that there will be no constitutional violations because they know nothing can happen. They can't take no criminals. They're not going to violate the Constitution. Everything will be perfectly in order. When they said we're supposed to rest easy because we're not supposed to get visa restrictions and we get some of the worst. But I continue. Our Constitution, Madam President, I don't have the time, but I'll just go to jump to one thing.
You should be wrapping up. No, you haven't.
Wrapping up. I am wrapping up, Madam President. Our Constitution, the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda, is very clear. And I want to remind our people, and I want us to ask the government what is going to happen with regard to this concern, locally and regionally, the freedom of movement. The Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda does not give, let me quote exactly what it has. The protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. That's Chapter 2 of our Constitution, Section 3. Protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, not of the citizen, of the individual. So even if you're not a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda, once you are here within Antigua and Barbuda and you're an individual, you have the protection of these freedoms and rights. And I'm jumping now to the freedom of movement. And it says, a person shall not be deprived of his freedom of movement. That is to say, the right to move freely throughout Antigua and Barbuda, the right to reside in any part of Antigua and Barbuda. You can't say they come in here and they're going to solely reside in Bubiali or they're going to solely reside in this part of the country. They have the right to move freely, because they're individuals within Antigua and Barbuda. It continues. The right to enter Antigua and Barbuda, the right to leave Antigua and Barbuda, and immunity from expulsion. And immunity from expulsion from Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, apart from those domestic rights, the question still remains, we live in the OECS. We live in CARICOM. We are geographically located in those areas. Do these individuals, will they have legal status to be able to travel with benefit from the freedom of movement that exists within the OECS? And even the limited freedom of movement that exists within CARICOM? These are questions that need answers. And it's not because of fear-mongering, it's because we're here to do our duty as individuals with a burden of responsibility to serve the people of Antigua and Barbuda. So I will never accept that because I don't agree wholeheartedly with the song and chorus that was given to them to sing, that I am trying to be unpatriotic. I love my country, Madam President, so I come here to ask the questions, if it pleases you.
Madam President, good night, good evening, good morning. Not too sure what it is right now. Madam President, this resolution, third country nationals, has been exhausted for the last 2 hours, Madam President. But there are certain things that I need to remind the 4 senators on the other side. And Madam President, I make no apologies, so I suggest that they just sit and listen. If they want to object, they can object. They either throw me off, doesn't bother me. Madam President, on the 30th of April, 2026, the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party won in the general election 15-1, 23,818 votes to 14,614 votes, Madam President. 60.79% of the votes went to the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. Now, Madam President, I'm reading from a United Progressive Party post and Senator Jonathan Wenner's post of yesterday, where it says, United Progressive Party, People First, UPP supporters, come out and show support for our senators to debate the TCN deportee resolution and the CBI amendment bill, Parliament building 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And this was all over every media house, the whole of yesterday and the whole of today. Madam President, if we look behind of us, not even the police constable left here. Nobody came. And I say all that to say that the 4 of you all constantly come into this house and believe that you all run Antigua and Barbuda. You all believe that you all, from the 1st of May, you all continue to believe that you all have won anything in this country. You all have been totally and completely rejected, and there is a reason. And let me explain.
Point of order, Madam President.
There's no point of order. Sit down.
What is the point of order?
There's no point of order. Sit down.
How does any of what you just said relate to the resolution
well, you don't worry about that.
of the Senate to
I
govern
will come to that. Sit down.
Senator Shaw, Senator Shaw, I can't even hear the objection.
I'm not sitting now.
No, you have to sit, sir. You should know better than that. You should know better than that, Senator Shaw. Senator Hughes, thank you for helping. Thank you. I appreciate that. Senator Wenner, what is your point of
relevance
order?
I don't see what any of what he just said is relevant to the motion before the resolution before the House.
You know, you really need to allow people to do their introductory statement. You have been doing that for the whole longest while on both sides. Let people do their introductory statement and then let me. Then if you want to make the objection, you don't see the tie-in, then you can object and I'll listen. But 2 sentences in and objection. Senator Shaw will continue.
Madam President, as I was saying, Madam President, the 4 senators on the other side behave constantly as if they were the government. No, Madam President, I don't know if any of them ever watched any YouTube videos where you have aeroplanes, ships that are in trouble. And the first thing you hear on these things, Madam President, is the captain say, I have control. And the captain of this great nation of Antigua and Barbuda is the Right Honorable Gaston Alfonso Brown. Right? If the ship was in trouble, Madam President, we would not have won 15 of 16 seats. We would not have 23,818 votes. And the United Progressive Party would have a full gallery behind them for the whole day. They had an elderly lady there. They had the member for Barbuda and they had Serpent. Lasted the better part of 10 minutes. Madam President, the misinformation and disinformation especially, Madam President, by the Honorable Senator Jonathan Wenner on social media, is out of control. And he believes that his rants, Madam President, and his malicious posts, Madam President, okay, these are the things that they feel are going to cause them to do what? Win next week? They're going to win the next election next week? The next election, Madam President, is somewhere in 2031, Madam President. And trust me, with what they have now, because they don't even have a leader. They went into the last general election, Madam President, without even a leader.
What's your point of order, Senator Wenner?
Yes, I waited this time, Madam President. The good senator said I published misinformation and disinformation. That's imputing improper motive. And he's also, and additionally, it's two-parter. Apart from that, he's also speaking about things that I have no knowledge of, that are not mentioned in this House, and he's not saying what he's speaking of. He's just saying generally that a member in this House is publishing misinformation, disinformation, without any evidence.
Okay. Senator
Two-parters.
Your light isn't illuminated, so it's not going to be...
Madam President, this is a post by Mr. Jonathan Wenner of Marco Rubio, and it says here...
Post where? When?
On his personal page.
When? And what page is that?
The 7th of the 23rd of 26th, Madam President.
And what page?
At 11:28 p.m.
What page is... What page?
Right?
When you say page, what do you mean, sir?
It's Instagram. It's Instagram.
Instagram page.
Instagram, Madam President. I'm very technically challenged when it comes to these things. But he said, should we, Antigua, be annually accepting 14 to 16 of these most despicable human beings, perverts, pedophiles, and child rapists? And he has the emoji with the thinking. Say you didn't post that on the Instagram. That is misinformation and disinformation, because there's nowhere. It was never said anywhere. It was never said anywhere that Antigua and Barbuda were ever considering accepting these things. Okay? Never. So that's misleading. Okay. The good gentleman also, Madam President, feels that by doing what he's doing now, that is going to carry him somewhere and his party it's somewhere in life. They're not going anywhere like that, because people, Madam President, do not support what they're doing. People believe in Prime Minister Gaston Brown, and that is why he has just won his 4th consecutive term, Madam President. Okay? That's not the chorus, that's the facts. Because if that was the chorus and not the facts, you would be sitting here. Look at where you're sitting. Look at where you're sitting. That's the crux of the story. You can say whatever you want. That's the crux of the story. And you feel,
Senator Shaw?
Madam President,
yes,
they are feeling that they have this government where they want them. It's laughable, Madam President. They said I had a consultation, Madam President. The good senator said the next day on the radio, standing room only. Standing room only, Madam President. Not one single iota of an idea they have brought to this honorable House this evening. None, nothing. They have never even had a report on that consultation. They never said for 1 second, these are what the people said. And Madam President, when you look at the consultation,
Madam President,
it's all the usual suspects chatting the same rubbish over and over again.
Senator Wenner, stand and tell me what your point of order is.
Yeah, no, Madam President, I can be here all day. But anyway, the point of order is this. The member, the good senator, is misrepresenting. I did get up and told this honorable House what some of the findings were from that consultation. I did. Perhaps he wasn't fully awake because it's late. But I did mention at the time there was no MOU, no operating procedures, no counter proposals in the public domain. So the people were constantly saying, we don't know what is going on. And
that's all he said. He didn't say there were solutions. He said they didn't know what was going on. There's a difference with what he's saying.
Madam President, the good senator just said they gave no report on what happened at the consultation. That's what he just said. I got to say.
Yeah,
but the ideas coming that I told this honorable House was that they should have published the relevant documentation.
No, Senator, understand what the statement is. But two of you can't be standing at the same time, and now I'm speaking. None of you should be on your feet. Understand what the senator is saying. He's saying that no ideas, meaning no suggestions, came out of the consultation. you're saying that you reported on what came out of the consultation, and your report was that the people didn't know, didn't have the information to make any informed decision. At least, that is what I heard when you made your presentation. Are you saying something differently now? Because you can't go back. But that's what you said, correct? He's saying, yeah, I hear you, but you didn't have no solution. They didn't get any ideas. What? What do you object to?
We gave no report as well. He said we gave no report and no ideas. That's what I'm objecting to. He said that.
Okay, so you're objecting to the fact that he said no report, but not the no idea. Oh my goodness. Senator Shaw, he didn't say no report. He said he reported.
Moving right along, Madam President.
He said he reported. Can you just
Did
acknowledge
he
that
report,
he said?
Madam President? He did
can
not
you
report,
acknowledge
Madam
that he reported?
No, I'm not acknowledging
well,
that.
Well, he
because
did report, so
no.
he did prevent a report. So you have to acknowledge that he did present a report. It's simple.
I can't remember.
No, Senator Shaw. Senator Shaw.
So what would you like me to do, Madam President, in the interest of time, because I'm tired? Right? Okay? Madam President.
Senator Shaw, I've been speaking
okay, I'll
about
take
the
that part
disrespect.
Back. I'll take that part back. I'm not disrespecting. I'm not disrespecting.
To the
I
chair,
take it back.
for the whole day, me talk about him. The whole day. And you, as the Vice President, should not be responding to me in that way.
Which way, Madam President?
Because I'm telling you that I've ruled on the issue of the report. And you're saying that, but what you want me to say? Come on.
But, Madam President, I told you I took that part of the report, that part back, that he reported.
Oh, when you said that?
I just said that, before I moved on. I just said that, Madam President.
I am paid by the government to sit here and listen to the confusion and make the rulings.
So
I'll sit here as long as y'all want me to sit here. Until 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll be here.
Madam President, I said I took the part of the report back.
Yes, go ahead.
Right? Now, Madam President, the leader of the opposition and also the member for Barbuda have signed copies of the MOU. Signed. It is not my problem or the members on this side's problem, nor the government's problem.
Madam President.
Madam President.
A point of order.
You have a point of order, Senator Wenner?
Yes, he is
Senator
this
Parker.
House and the public. Do you know that the leader of opposition have a signed copy? He does not.
Okay, well, he's not here.
From who? From where?
Let me tell you what, he's not here. And I'm not going to spend the whole night trying to determine
President,
whether he has a copy. Oh, my
doesn't.
goodness, Senator Parker, for the last time for the day. When I am speaking, you shut your mouth. Yes, and you are to be seated as well. I'm not going to be in this. I'm trying to get my point across. I don't know why is that so difficult to comprehend. Whole day, may I say so? So, Senator Shaw, the good gentleman, honorable member in the Law House, is not here to confirm or deny that he has, and I don't know if you have the record that it was received by him on such a date, and you're able to say that he has. There's an objection on the floor, and unless you can show that it was delivered to him, he has acknowledged it. Was it that he acknowledged it during the Law House session? Whatever it is, it was clerk able to say that they sent it to him. I cannot allow you to continue to say that he has.
Okay, I take it back again, Madam President. No problem. It's not a problem, Madam President. Madam President, the senators on the other side, Madam President, again this evening, and I think it was Senator Chester Hughes, alluded to the fact that Minister E.P. Chetgreen, Minister of Foreign Affairs, should have been the one leading this charge because he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Okay. Right? The Honorable Senator Jonathan Wenner, on one of his safe radio programs, right, took a swipe to say that the reason that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was not leading the charge, it was because of the rift between the Prime Minister and the Minister E.P. Chet Green. Right? There is no rift. Minister E.P. Chet Green has said on every media in this country, including Observer Radio, there is no rift between the Prime Minister and himself. No rift. Right? No, y'all can't say that either. Right? You know how that goes. So when y'all talk about rift, we should be careful. So, Madam President, I'm going to be very brief this evening because us actually, trying to get through to these, the lady and the gentleman on the other side, it's basically, it's like beating on a drum. We're not going anywhere. Right? And the reason is, Madam President, because they firmly believe, Madam President, they firmly believe that they are in control. And when they go, Madam President, in their little safe seats, right, and they, as a matter of fact, even one of your radio hosts, your supporters, night the other day, call you all the 5 flavors, the 4 flavors. I don't know what he means by that, but maybe y'all might know. Right? And he laughed at you all and your representation, your own people, because you all feel, right, that Prime Minister Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, must step aside after a resounding 4th term, must step aside and allow you all to run this show. And you all are telling the people of this country, right, as you did, Senator Hughes, that it's a done deal. You have said so on more than one occasion, so object to that. It's a done deal. No deal, but it's a done deal. Senator Wenner is telling people that should we accept these rapists and these kinds. It's a done deal. There is no deal. But what you all do very well in this honorable house is mislead people. Mislead people. I'm defending the government's position because the government is in negotiations. And the government of this country, the present government, we're not talking about the 10 dark years, right, has stood up for the people of this country on so many different matters. And let me tell you all something. Look at the handling of COVID. And where was the United Progressive Party? Senator Colin O'Neill, you can back me up in this. When there was a 40-foot container, frozen container, put up at the old Halberton Hospital, right? You know what you all were telling the people of this country, right? That this is the end of Antigua. So many people are going to die. Because, you know something? That is what you all wanted to happen. So you all could simply say to Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister of this country, take that. Right? Remember that? Okay? But guess what? No. It's all relevant. Handling of situations. Senator Hughes. Opening the country at the right time. Generating tourism and revenue for this country. It's the same thing. It is being negotiated. And I want to say, when it works out, I want you all to come back into this honorable house with your tail between your legs, right? And apologize to this honorable house for the misleading. Right? Okay? And I want to say, Senator Maleka Parker, I'm not even going to take a swipe at you tonight, but when you have your Facebook post, you can't say you love country and put this nonsense up on Facebook on a regular basis. But I'm going to be respectful tonight, right? So I'm going to leave it alone. Okay? But you say one thing in this honorable house, and then you go on Facebook tomorrow, right? Or the day after, or last week, or whenever, and you continue to burn this country down to the ground, right? Burn the country down, and its leaders. That is what you do. That is what you do, Senator Parker. Read them. This white paper confirms that our government has been lying to us from the beginning. Well, what are we lying about? What are we lying about? They are incompetent government. Thanks, but we still need to see the actual MOU and any counter proposals. The side work is important to the answer. Right? Crying down the Prime Minister of this country and the government because you feel for 1 second, you all feel for 1 second that the people of this country who don't support you all, who does not support you all, the people of this country who do not support you all are going to listen to you all. And I want to tell you, if the people of this country were interested in anything you all would have to say, the gallery behind me today will be full. It will be full tonight. There's not even a police officer left back there. Full. We haven't invited anybody. You all put out, come and see the 4 flavors in action. Come and see the 4 flavors in action, and not a soul show up. Nobody show up, because they have no confidence in you all, nor your party. 4 flavors. That's what Mr. Knight called the 4 flavors. Right? Laugh at you all every night. Right? He make Senator when they cried the other night. Right? And I want to tell you all, okay, when people have confidence and support you all, people will come out to support you all. Nobody bothers to tell you. 10,000 votes more we get in April from you all. And you all don't get the message. You all still walk about as we run this country. You all should stay home or go and get a job or follow your law degree, go back to teaching, and you finish your law school. That is what you all need to do. Instead of going around and constantly trying with your misinformation, your disinformation. That's what they mean to do what? I didn't hear what you said. Right? Money in my pocket. Even me? Do what?
Senator, you're at your 20 minutes.
Okay. Wrapping up now. Right? But you know what? Go back and run in rural north again, and you run. Where you run again? You run against thing? Go ahead, man. We're talking. You all have so much confidence that you all can run this country. You all can't win a seat. But don't worry about it. I have spoken. Enough of my comrades here have spoken on the resolution. I am saying to you all, that this resolution will be set up properly, and the whole issue will be resolved. And you all, I am going to be able to remind you all on this. Right? And remember, Gaston Alfonso Brown is Prime Minister of this country, not you. Okay? Madam President, that concludes my presentation, if it pleases you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President. Madam President, I cannot fathom that it's 12:23 and we're still here. But be as it may, Madam President, you see, this resolution defines truly how Antigua and Barbuda what we will do, Madam President. And you see, it's much more than just accepting migrants. It's really about us trying to balance international cooperation with our national interest. Madam President, while we will cooperate, we will never compromise. And Madam President, I noted that our members on the opposition keep speaking about they haven't seen Antigua's proposal, nor have they seen the counter proposal. It's right here. It's right here, and it was presented before this Honorable House. And I don't want to go in at length because of the hour, but I know that the Antiguans and Barbudans and people who are watching us via ABS television, Madam President, and Antigua and Barbuda's counter proposal was very detailed. It said first, Antigua and Barbuda would retain complete discretion to approve or refuse any proposed transfer, Madam President. Secondly, it spoke about only individuals with final orders or removal would be eligible for consideration. Thirdly, Madam President, a limited arrangement for 2026 only. Fourthly, Madam President, full funding and settlement responsibility before departure. Fifthly, Madam President, the counter-proposal preserves Antigua and Barbuda's right to determine the legal status and conditions of stay of any person received in accordance with our laws, Madam President. And Madam President, this resolution, and I don't understand why they're saying that they don't understand, the terms and conditions are not clear, because it's so detailed. And there's some non-negotiable conditions, Madam President, which includes, one, Madam President, Antigua and Barbuda remains willing to engage the United States on this matter in a spirit of friendship and cooperation. Two, Antigua and Barbuda will not accept a standing monthly transfer program. Three, Antigua and Barbuda will consider proposed cases on a case-by-case basis. We're not just accepting all at one time, on a case-by-case basis, Madam President. 4, only a limited number of persons not exceeding 10 in 2026 could be contemplated, and only, Madam President, if the conditions set out by Antigua and Barbuda are satisfied, and not just satisfied in talking, Madam President, but satisfied in writing. 5, Madam President, because when we come into this honorable house, we want to mislead the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And for those who cannot see it, but I want to read it for them, Madam President, and let the Hansard reflect. Because you see, most of the senators on the opposition side, Madam President, were rejected by the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Most. Let me speak, you know, because the 100 of students you taught, you know what they did to you. You know what they did to you. It's okay, I'll continue to play the song. Sit down there, man, you had your time to talk. You don't tell me when to talk and how to talk. Sit down there. Lest we forget. Number 6, Madam President. I sat all night and listened. It's your turn to listen. Let me wrap up, man. Let me wrap up. You didn't speak about superficial. Number 6, Madam President. Antigua and Barbuda reserves the right to refuse any proposed person, to reject any unapproved or improperly documented arrival, and to suspend or discontinue any arrangement in its own judgment. And you're saying you don't understand the terms and conditions and nothing is listed? Really? Madam President, I'll go on. Number 7, no international organization or third party will be engaged on Antigua and Barbuda's behalf until the substantive terms of any arrangement have been settled to the government of Antigua and Barbuda's satisfaction. We're not just walking and picking up any person, Madam President. Madam President, and number 8, these positions will remain unless the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda resolves differently. Madam President, you see, history has already judged some of them. But you know, history will never judge us by how loudly some of them spoke in this honorable house today. But, Madam President, how firmly we protect the nation of Antigua and Barbuda that has been entrusted to us. And, Madam President, I could not imagine that the United Progressive Party could be the government at a time like this, Madam President. It would have been a horror movie, Madam President. Madam President, as a forward-thinking government, we will cooperate where corporations benefit our people and our country. We extend the hand of cooperation, Madam President, but what we will never do is surrender the keys of our country. And, Madam President, this is a timely piece of resolution, Madam President, and we will cooperate, Madam President. We will cooperate. But, Madam President, we'll cooperate on our terms and conditions, Madam President. And so, with these few words, Madam President, I fully support this resolution, Madam President, to this honorable house, if it pleases you.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by this honorable house that 1, the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue to engage and negotiate with the government of the United States of America concerning the possible transfer to Antigua and Barbuda of nationals of third countries in a spirit of friendship and cooperation and with full regard for the sovereignty, laws, security, capacity, and national interests of Antigua and Barbuda. And 2, Antigua and Barbuda will not accept any standing, automatic, or open-ended program for the transfer or reception of third country nationals, nor any arrangement under which the United States of America is entitled to transfer a predetermined number of persons without the prior approval of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in each individual case. 3. Any person proposed for transfer shall be considered solely on a case-by-case basis, and Antigua and Barbuda shall retain complete sovereign discretion to approve or refuse any proposed person. 4. Only such limited number of persons, if any, as the government of Antigua and Barbuda determines can responsibly be accommodated, may be considered, having regard to the country's absorptive capacity, public resources, national security, domestic and international law, and the availability of adequate funding and support. 5. No person shall be approved for transfer unless that person satisfies the eligibility criteria determined by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. The government is satisfied on the basis of sufficient information provided in advance as to that person's identity and suitability for consideration, and satisfactory written arrangements have been made concerning such matters as the government considers necessary, including documentation, funding, reception, accommodation, support, legal status, longer-term responsibility, and, where applicable, onward or return arrangements. 6. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to refuse any person proposed for transfer, to deny admission to any person who has not been approved, or in respect of whom information provided is materially incomplete or inaccurate, and to require appropriate arrangements for the prompt return or onward transfer of any such person at no cost to the government or people of Antigua and Barbuda. 7. Any arrangement shall provide for the cost arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, healthcare, administration, security, onward movement or return of persons accepted. The standing order says when the presiding officer is speaking, there's no movement. So next time you stay until I'm finished, and then you sit. Any arrangement, this is 7, any arrangement shall provide for the costs arising from the transfer, reception, accommodation, maintenance, healthcare, administration, security, onward movement, or return of persons accepted on the arrangement to be met through funding arrangements agreed in advance to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, so that the implementation of the arrangement does not impose an undue financial burden on the government or people of Antigua and Barbuda. 8. The government of Antigua and Barbuda may, where it considers it appropriate and in the national interest, agree to the participation of an international organization or other competent third party in the implementation of any arrangement, provided that the nature and scope of that participation, including its responsibilities, funding, and accountability, are agreed in writing to the satisfaction of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. 9. Antigua and Barbuda shall retain the right to suspend or discontinue its participation in any arrangement, in whole or in part, whenever the government considers such action necessary to protect the sovereignty, security, laws, capacity, or national interest of Antigua and Barbuda. 10. The principles set out in this resolution shall constitute the framework within which the government of Antigua and Barbuda is authorized to continue its engagement and negotiations with the government of the United States of America. Within that framework, the government may negotiate and agree such detailed terms, procedures, and safeguards as it considers necessary or desirable in the national interest. 11. No transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda shall take place unless and until the government of Antigua and Barbuda is satisfied that the necessary legal, operational, financial, and administrative arrangements have been agreed in writing, and that the proposed transfer is consistent with the principles established by this resolution. 12. For the avoidance of doubt, the adoption of this resolution shall not constitute approval by Parliament of any draft operating procedures or other proposal presently under consideration, nor shall it, by itself, authorize the transfer of any person to Antigua and Barbuda. Those in favor say aye.
Madam President.
Those against say no.
Madam
The
President.
ayes have it. I don't have anything to hear from you at this time. I'm putting the
Madam
motion.
President, in accordance with Article 51, I'm asking for a division of the vote.
I finished vote. The vote is
No,
done.
but
The vote is done. There's no
requested-
argument. There's no confusion.
Madam-
there's no.
Madam-
I have ruled on the matter. Please take your seat.
Madam
Thank you.
President, I'm asking for
Sir,
division of the vote.
take your seat. It's off?
Language in here too.
No.
You cannot use that language to me.
No,
as
no,
the
no,
president.
no. Take your
It's
seat.
not parliamentary.
Take your seat and
I'm in my
please
seat.
be quiet.
No, don't use that language to
Please
people.
be quiet.
I'm not your child.
I know you're not my child,
So
sir.
don't use that
Turn
language
off
to
your
me.
microphone. Thank you very much. Senator Hughes, it's the end of the night, so I'm not going to entertain you. Senator Guevara, there's another resolution.
Resolution of the Senate nominating members to the Honors Committee pursuant to Section 8(2)(b) of the National Honors Act,
Senator,
1998.
You can't move the motion.
Where Section 8 of the National Honors Act, 1998 provides that there shall be a committee known as the Honors Committee for the
He cannot
purpose
move
of
the
the act.
motion. He cannot move the motion. He cannot move the motion.
It's not comedy. He is going to make the nomination. I'll move the motion, and he makes the nomination. Madam President, resolution, oh my, you don't have to create an argument for everything. It's not that, you don't have to create an argument for everything.
Move on.
Resolution of the Senate nominating members to the Honors Committee pursuant to Section 8(2)(b) of the National Honors Act, 1998, whereas Section 8 of the National Honors Act, 1998 provides there shall be a committee known as the Honors Committee for the purpose of the Act, and whereas Section 8(2)(b) provides that 2 members of the committee shall be nominated by the Senate from among the members of the Senate, whom one shall be a member of His Majesty's opposition. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House that this Senate hereby nominate the following individuals to be members of the Honors Committee pursuant to the National Honors Act of 1998.
Can I have a nomination, please?
I so do, Madam President.
You do what? Who are you nominating?
I nominate Senator Guevara.
And then we need a nomination from, is there any other nomination? This is on behalf of the government. Is there any other nomination on behalf of the government, members? No? Is there a nomination on behalf of the opposition?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, Senator.
On this side, we'd like to nominate Senator Malika Parker.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. I don't expect that there'll be another nomination. There are 2 nominations before us, senators. I don't suspect that there'll be any debate on this, so I will read the resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House that the Senate hereby nominate the following individuals to be members of the Honors Committee pursuant to the National Honors Act, 1998. Senator Shanella Guevara, Senator Malika Parker. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Government business, committee business.
Just have one thing to note on the committee business. Now, I've had consultations with the University of the West Indies project team in respect of advancing conservation in the Eastern Caribbean. That's the project, and that is being done in consultation with the Conservative Council of Nations, the ICCF, and Global Environment Facility, GEF, through the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP. Now, what this is about, let me just give a brief summary. The Advancing Conservation in the Eastern Caribbean program seeks to build and enhance political will for environmental conservation through the establishment of bipartisan parliamentary conservation caucuses in nations in the Eastern Caribbean. Regionally, St. Lucia, Grenada, and Suriname have already completed the project and have established environmentally focused nonpartisan caucuses in their respective parliaments. Now, there's been widespread understanding that the environment issues and national issues, we even discussed that today in the earlier bills, and that these issues should be above partisan politics, that there should be a deliberative vehicle to enhance the environmental policy and environmental leadership within the national interest, and there's also a consensus based on their reports and their assessment that there needs to be more engagement around implementation and enforcement of environmental policy between government and civil and private society to ensure positive outcomes. And so, as a result of the recommendation, we will be seeking to establish a formal standing committee pursuant to our standing orders for matters related to the environment. Now, I'm raising this issue because we need to establish the committee, but the terms of reference have not yet been drafted. So the committee, the project team, would need to present to a body of the House. And I'm looking at those members who did not fall within the other already existing established committees in the House to serve on this interim body. And I think it was Senator Newton and Senator Rain. But I need a third person from the opposition, independent, or Senator Jones. Senator Jones, I don't think you're serving on any committee as it is now. So I would want you to serve as, to bring balance, we must have diversity on the committee. And it's interim, so we wouldn't know what the final composition would look like. It would be based on what your recommendations would be after you've had discussions with the project team and we get the draft terms of reference from the ICCF. So I'm just alerting you, 3, please, to look out for that, and the others will. This will make the final committee. So you should be in receipt of your letters in the upcoming week during the carnival season, with respect to your appointments and terms of reference. Just to note that. I also want to, in closing, extend condolences to Mrs. Ralph formally on the passing of her sister this morning. And for those of you who don't know, Mrs. Ralph is the driving force behind preparation of our meals here at the Parliament, and we want to commend her particularly because she left to deal with the sudden passing of her sister and came back to make sure that we were taken care of for lunch. And I'm not sure how many of us know that that level of commitment is put into the service that the parliamentary team offers here. So I want to commend her, and I want to say on behalf of us all here that we appreciate her commitment and we share in her loss, and please accept our condolences at this time as she mourns the loss of her loved one. I believe that would be all, Madam Clerk. Is there anything I'm forgetting? No? I'm not sure if anybody else has anything to say other than to commend everyone, parliamentary team, ABS, and of course SARJ and the police officers for the assistance provided today. I think going forward we will have to now set 2 days for the sittings because this is untenable. I have never in my 12 years of sitting sat this late. We used to go late, but never in 10 years, and we have to understand that we also have mothers, families to take care of, and this is not acceptable to bring any sort of balance to what we're doing. So, Madam Clerk and Director, given the habits that we've seen develop over the course of this session, that once the bills are more than 2, we will have to look at setting and making accommodations to sit for 2 consecutive days instead of 1. I think that's fair and reasonable, and I don't think we should go beyond 8 o'clock at any particular day. That being said, I will now entertain the motion Well, I wish everyone a safe and happy carnival. Do let off some steam. If you're not into it, rest and relax with your family and do what's best for you. Just be safe and be aware and conscious of your surroundings. All the best to everyone. I'll entertain the motion for adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I move that this Honorable House stands adjourned. Sine die.
Second motion, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House will stand adjourned, sine die. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned, sine die.